Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Everyone's had a good one. I am in a hell of a good mood at the moment, so let's see how that goes. Yeah, no, I mean, we're going to talk about it in a little bit, but yeah, I have some stories from last night. Some good times. Some good times. Overall, though, shorthand of it was really fun. Let me move this off to the side. Alright. Da, da, da. Here we go. Okay, sorry, I'm still on that little distracted side. I do apologize. Trying my best to catch up with everything, because my brain is all over the place today. Alright, so, where were we at? Oh, oh, man, waking up, man, is something else. Takes the skill and effort. Whoops. Let's see. Alright. Da, 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 da. Should keep an eye out for that later. But yeah. Oh. Man, fucking. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. Oh, you know one thing I heard, and I want to look into the validity of this. Now this is Magic the Gathering related, so kind of sorry that we do talk on that so much. But specifically, I want to see how this is. So I heard something about potentially a reprint of some commander pre-quantum commander decks. I want to see how true that is. Um, Okay, cool. So it does look like that was true. Awesome. About, okay, there we go. Awesome. I'm glad to have seen that that is somewhat true at the very least. So, if you're wondering, Bloomborough Commander decks are apparently getting some reprints, which is really exciting for me because obviously I came in with Foundations and I'm looking through a lot of decks at the moment, and there's two decks in Bloomborough that look really, really interesting for me to just like buy for ripping apart. So I'd be down for that. Also, hey, you Muffin, how's it going? But yeah, there's two of the decks in that I would love to buy just so I can tear them apart and use them for other decks. At minimum that. Because those cards are just so obscenely all over the place and difficult to kind of get. So I'd like to see if I can get those commander decks for them. Means I can potentially play one of my really bad and funny decks. Actually, technically, both of my funny decks that are like feasible to make would both use commanders from that. But they're different commanders, if I recall. I would have to look, but now's not the time. Alright. So. Now trying to think, what do I get done today? Because I actually kinda didn't come into today with a plan. Or like a good structured plan of what to do. Like I know general things and that I need to work on. I have notes that I should be looking over. In fact, I'm gonna bring them over. So I can actually read some of them. Oh god, yeah, I was gonna do that at some point. Yikers. What's this one? Oh yeah, I was gonna start doing that in preparation for that thing. Is that worth setting that up right now? Probably not, because I don't have a good test measure for it. I would like to see how possible that would be to do, though. There's that one as well. Okay. Most of those can wait. They're on the more, like, both intense but low priority. Which is always a difficult one, because, like, it's, oh, could I get it done? Probably, but, like, it would be an entire stream probably for one of those mechanics. And they wouldn't even be in the game as of yet, and they wouldn't really alter too much data positional things. So, kind of a difficult one. Okay, Hum. I mean, the smart thing would be to just keep working on the boss. I probably should. Where is the... Let's see, I should be able to find... the instance of find all. There's shrine options. Oh yeah, that's right. Here it is. Just art, and then this list 1, and that should spawn the one that we've been working on at the moment. You know what, I'm gonna probably take today a bit slow and just start like working on some of the framework for this. Who do I want to work on for that? I kind of want to work on the shadow monster because those two would be interesting. Work on the shadow monster. So let's think about how this dude is going to. So let's go through and do the segmenting out what would move with what. So this is probably going to be a joint point. This is going to be, and then these individual tentacles will probably move a little bit. I feel like these entire head spot, like these, will move as one piece, and this head will move independent as well. And then obviously the overall shamble thing. This will be one piece to move. And this would probably have some individual pieces. So I don't know if this is quite the base that I want to have for it, because it is supposed to be kind of like a shadow inky creature. Having it like this would almost indicate that it's like its roots, so it's stagnant. So maybe what I might do is like raise up the entire thing a little bit and turn those into kind of like tendrils going into the ground, which would then give more interesting validity to these tendrils that are coming out. So it would probably have a little bit more of a cut off here. Does look kind of like little mini feet though when I do it like this. It's mildly entertaining. Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? What if I combine some of these and make it just larger general sort of things? Or we could just do something like that. Actually, that I think works better. Yeah, that looks significantly better. Then I can just move parts of this a little bit. Okay, and then obviously we'll just kind of circle out these a little bit because they'll be moving around, and then this, as we said, this would probably move around a little bit. I've been tuning out. Fair enough. I feel like stretch. The problem is, I feel like I'm tuning out as well a little bit. Got auto modded again. Oh, did you? Wait, we got hit. Wait, is there a schlong on that guy? There you go. Let it throw in again. You know, that's a good point though. You do have a schlong. Tuning in, fair. Doing better than me. Doing better than me. I still, okay, so can I talk a bit about last night? Because it was fucking awesome. So, to those that might not know, I talked about this a little bit here and there coming up over the last 2 streams. I went to my local game shop for like a Magic the Gathering night where I pay like 15 bucks, I get 2 packs, and I get to play Commander for 2 games. And based on how well I do, I can get more rewards. Right? I won my first game. I won. Screenshotted it. Wait. Let's see the schlong. Oh, I see what you mean. That is a good point. That is a good point. But yeah, no, so I won the first game I played. I'm gonna say this now though, it was almost a team effort. So I went into that game, obviously not expecting to do well. I played my quick draw deck, the precon, the red-blue from Outlands. And I am super, super thankful to everyone that was at the table because they were very, very kind to me and very, very sweet. Because basically, so one person got eliminated, and like, I was basically in a situation where I was trying to king make because the person across from me couldn't do jack shit. I could do a little bit of stuff here and there, and then the person to my left was like full board of potentially 100 damage sort of stuff, right? And he had agreed with me, he'll let me be second. Because I helped him out with 1 or 2 things. And it's like, look, I've helped you out, keep me alive. And he's like, you know what, fine. And then I did a fucking massive turn, and I'm, again, super, super fucking thankful to all of the people that were there, because they helped me through the process of it. Because then, basically, I wiped his board, and then I had a shitload of damage that I sent at him, and it just one-shot him. I was very lucky for that. And then the person across from me still kind of hadn't developed anything, and he's like, we basically went through, started playing out a turn, and he's like, look, all you need to do is do like this, this, and this, and you win. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna do this, this. Oh, I can actually do that. I do it, and he's like, cool, awesome. And I'm just like, so I've won? And he's like, yeah, you've won. And I was real happy with that. So again, it was just, they were very, very kind. They helped me through the process. But I did have a little bit of a mild headache after that first game, just because of how many things were going on, because it was a lot of like cascades and triggers and storm effects and copycat effects and stuff like that. It became really, really hard to follow all of the triggers that were happening on my board. But yeah, no. So I won my first game. Then, second game I lost, but I lost to a guy pulling out a gates combo in one turn. Basically, he had 6 gates on the board. So to explain that a little bit, there is a land type called a gate, and then there's this one card that's if you have 10 gates on your field and you tap it, you win the game. He went from having 6 gates on the board to having 10 and it having a spell to untap that one thing that comes in normally tapped. So he could win the game on that same turn. None of us had any way of fighting against it because I was playing my other deck that doesn't have anything like negates or such like that in there. It was really, really cool though to see. And the fun part of all of that, so in the packs that I got, give me a second and I'll pull up my swag that I had. So this was what I got for playing / winning. So these two here, these were the ones I got for just entering. This was my welcome boost, my welcome reward, and so was, I believe, this. And then the thing down the bottom here, the Duskmorn House of Horrors promo pack, that's what I got for winning. In the Bloomborough pack, there was a $20 card, and one of the people there was like, hey, I want to trade you for this. And now I have like about 6 or 7 cards for 2 of the decks that I wanted to make. And he still got a profit out of the trade by a fair margin. But like, I basically, when it got to, because it was a $20 card, I was sitting there like, at the $10 marker going like, I'm kind of chill with this, man. And he's like, no, I would feel bad. I need to make sure that this feels more even. I'm like, all right, cool. I understand that. Let's put our heads together and try and figure out something. Because we went through, we got everything we knew I wanted to get. I definitely wanted. And then what we did was we went through and started looking at the decks that I want to make and potential trade-ins. And he was really, really awesome for helping me out there. So that was my experience with it. It was such a fun time though. Like, I played one game as well before we went in for that stuff, and it was really fun to see. They were all really, really nice. I am totally going back there again next week for the thing. There's actually another session today. In fact, it will be like at about little afternoon. But that's kind of the problem, is that if I was to go to that, I would have to finish stream early and all sorts of stuff. I can't be honest. I'm kind of content having my stream and then just fucking resting for the rest of the day. But yeah, no, the loot that I got was pretty cool. So I'm very happy. I can show some of the cards maybe at some point. I think I can turn my camera on and show pretty easily actually, because I should be able to just do this and then do that a little bit. Can I just get that, and is it going to be a duplicate or is it a... Oh no, the reflection on the cards. Ah yeah, because I'm so hung up on people seeing my face. always is the place. You know, I can tell that you're a hunter player. Alright. Ignore the mess that is my desk a little bit. Summon Leok? No. Summon Hover? Yeah. Dude, that song was amazing. This is a place. Mr. Go-Face? God damn it, why have you reminded me of that song now? Such a good song though. Alright, so, to show off most of the stuff, so I also ordered a few cards, so I would turn up. This is for one of the decks that I have, so that was one of the cards I ordered. These here were the 3 cards that he gave me for this deck. So yes, one of which is a soul ring, because I'm still in that early stage, so I don't actually have a lot of soul rings and stuff. This is... Let's see. Can I show it without it being obscene? There's this one, which this one reads, so this is an enchantment deck, by the way, if that was information that I should probably give. So this is Yenna Red Tooth Regent, which reads 2 mana, tap, choose target enchantment you control that doesn't have the same name as another permanent you control. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary. If it's a token, if the token is an aura, untap Yenna Red Tooth Regent and then scry to activate only as a sorcery. That's really fucking good for this deck, because there's a lot of enchantments that are basically there to just keep me safe. So I can just double dip on things to basically give me more Shroud, give me more Hexproof, give me more, like, Ward, stuff like that, right? This was one of the ones he suggested for it, so this is Nyxborn Behemoth, which is like it's 10 mana, oh, it's 12 mana total, but it's 10 mana and 2 green pips. And it just is spell cost X less to cast, where X is the total mana value of non-creature enchantments you control. For an enchantment deck, that's really good. Especially knowing it is a 10/10 trample. This is a card that can be a way of me actually winning the game if I choose to, outside of the main win condition of this deck. And then yeah, Soul Ring. Right, so those are the 3 cards that I got for that. By the way, the card that I had, it was from Bloomburrow. It's like this Otter Saga, I think it was. It's a blue saga. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to find it. And then the other cards that I got, Soul Ring was a mistake, to be honest. Here we go. These are the other three that I got for this deck. This deck, by the way, is like, it's a very food token squirrel deck, right? So Terra Sunder was one that I definitely knew I wanted to get. Exile, it's just a good removal for me. Golgari Signet, again, just good extra bit of mana. And this was one that they suggested for it, and it's a really good point because of the way the deck plays. This could lead to basically a way for me having like a pseudo win condition infinite combo. So when Cauldron Familiar enters, ping everyone, drain ping everyone basically. It's deal 1 damage, gain 1 life. It's 1 damage to all opponents. And then you can sacrifice a food to return this to the battlefield from the graveyard. So for a deck that has basically all of its squirrel, like creating hundreds of squirrels and then turning all of them into food, this is a really good little extra card to actually be good and win. But yeah, Cauldron Familiar, so that's that good. That's that card. But I'm very happy with that. There are some cards as well that I got. It's that little guy. Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. I'm happy with that. And then the one that keeps and bringing back that, yeah. There's a lot of cards that I have that should actually make that go quite well. So I'm not afraid of showing these codes because these codes are all being used for the MTG arena, but I'll still kind of try and flip them where I can. So I got, as we saw, I got a Bloomburrow booster pack. So this is the Bloomburrow ones, and then except it's going to be missing one. So I got Might of the Meek foil. I got a nice looking full art mountain, which is cool. Valley Rally. Valley Rally. Seedglaive Mentor, Clifftop Lookout, Shoreline Looter, Pond Prophet, Sticktown Sentinel, Roughshot Duo, Later Provisioner. There wasn't anything very stellar to me. Yoinking them as we speak. I mean, there's what, 3 of them? 3 of them? 2 of them? And I've already used them this morning, so go right ahead and try and yoink, boy. Then these were the Foundations cards that I got, okay, I want to stress, none of this has been reordered. This is really funny to me. So this is a foil, I don't know, yeah, you can kind of tell when I flick it like that. So this is a foil Meteor Golem, 1 card, Meteor Golem. Do you want a foil? Do you want a non-foil? So that was pretty cool. I have 3 limbillion free packs now. Oh shit. But yeah, Mossborn Hydra, I believe I already have one of those because I have a few Foundations cards because I got it in the bundle. Frenzy Golem, Inspired from Beyond, Twin Glint Leaf Den, Breach, Elf Creatures. That's it. Yeah, I actually have a lot of cards. I could probably make like a start at an elf deck, but I'm really not interested in it, I'm gonna be honest. What is this? Aegis Turtle. It's just a 0/5 for 1 mana. I mean, I don't see me putting that into a deck. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +3 attack, +3 power until end of turn. Crackling Cyclops. I don't think that's... Gutless Plunder, I already have a few copies of. Icewing Elemental, Cackling Prowler. Blah. But yeah. That, again, the packs weren't overall incredible, other than like that 1 card, and I'm still fine with that. Would it have been nice to get hit like 1 or 2 of the things I'd like? Sure, but I will. So this is the best part though. So this was the welcome one, right? So it comes with like a bunch of cute little cards and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like Friday Night Magic stuff, talking about that, because that was what it is. So this is all in the welcome pack. So this is a foil forest, which looks pretty nice. I mean, what you expect. Warm welcome, which this one, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to use this, but having a cute little foil thing of this, always cool to have some things for memorabilia. What is this? Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. With the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order, create a 1/1 green-white citizen creature token. That's an instant. I could see that being usable. I don't think it's going to be good, is the problem. Just like a general token deck that might be able to utilize that well. Foil Seraph of Dawn, which is just, I mean, I don't see how I'd use that as well, unless it's a really good angel deck for it. Commander Sphere, I actually need to remember this is here, because this is useful for me, because I'm very early on. So Soul Ring, Commander Sphere, Arcane Signet, all of those cards are ones that I'm still kind of like collecting up enough to have extra copies of and actually make decks with. Hellkite Punisher. Now, I was told this card here is actually really, really funny. So this is Siege Rhino, and the people there explained to me that there was a portion of time in Standard with this card where what it would basically do is you would just fill your deck with this card, and you would just, like, chain play them and, like, wear your opponent down. And that just sounds really funny to me, because how this is, it's for CMC, trample, when into battlefield, each opponent loses 3 life, you gain 3 life. So you can actually do quite a bit of nuking with this. It's also a 4/5, so it's like actually really potent. Bestial Menace, yeah, and I did also get Chandra, Heart of Fire. The problem is I'm not exactly someone that really likes red. Like, I like having red as an offshoot color. I don't like red as a primary color. So I don't see how I'm probably going to make a deck that works well with her. Just I don't see color. Damn, what are you, that one fucking commander that has all the colors but is also colorless? But yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of red and its playstyles for the most part, but I do like most of my decks that I'm like really, really intense with have red in them, but as a supplement or a way of accessing some removal. Not for aggro and pings. Here is the... Let's see, so this was a token I got out of there. Soldier, lifelink. I also got another Defiant Bloodlord. I have like 2 or 3 of these now. I just really am not too fussed. It's a decent card in some decks, but it's just really expensive for what it is. I also got this. So this is a really cool art for this one, which is Tura Kennerud Sky Knight. I'm gonna be honest though, the card itself doesn't seem that interesting. It is a 5 CMC, blue, 2 blue pips, 1 white. Human Knight, flying. When you cast an instance or sorcery, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. I just don't see that being all that incredible. Alright. Now, these next few cards, so this is the one that I got individually. So this is at the very bottom. This is Knight's Whisper. This is the promo version of it, which I believe I did have one of my decks lined up to want to have this in there. So that's kind of cool. It is foil. Again, it's kind of hard to show without just like directly flashbanging you. But yeah. That's cool. That's a nice card. Night Whisper. Knight's Whisper. It is... I can show it a bit better. This one. Ooh, that's less interesting. Yeah. Yeah, draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life. For 2 mana and black, that's really nice, so I'm happy with that. Now, these cards I'm going to show next, these are what I got in my winnings. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of want to make a commander deck with one of these. Like, one of these as the commander. Just because I think it's a doable deck. As well as I kind of just want to do it because this is, like, the first card I won. And it was the first card in the pack. And I was like, I can do this. Is, this card here. So this is, Nashi Searcher in the Dark. It is a legendary rat ninja wizard. Which that just alone made me chuckle. And it is menace. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you mill that many cards. You may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among them into your hand. If you put no cards into your hand this way, put a 1/1 counter on this card. That sounds really good. And the much scarier part of all of this, so that effect's not a bad effect. You know what's scariest about this card, by the way? I don't know how easy it will be to see. It is 2 mana. It is 1 black, 1 blue. This can come out turn 2. Potentially turn 2. And then just turn 3, I'm now swinging at you with Menace. A 2-2 with Menace. And yoinking shit. And like, it's either I'm growing this commander or I'm yoinking stuff. Like, that sounds really funny and silly to me. I want to make a commander deck with that. The other cards I got, so I got Pyroclasm, and I'm assuming this is probably like a unique-ish style of it, because this doesn't look like a normal card. And then I got this one. Now, I'm going to be honest, this is one of those ones where I'm like, I'm going to probably put this in a deck at some point, but it's going to have to go into one of my good decks because this is a really assholey card. So this is Gix Yawgmoth Praetor. It is a Phyrexian Praetor. Good old 3 black pips and 1 more mana. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life. If they do, they draw a card. Then, this is the fun part, and this is why it's an asshole. For a total of 7 mana, discard X cards. Exile the top X cards of target opponent's library. You may play lands and cast spells from among the cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Oh, I see you've got a really powerful deck there that's got really big things. You know what would be really funny? If I just discard my kind of trashy hand and blow your fucking ass open with your own cards. Joke's on you, my whole deck is land. I mean, what? Worst comes to worst, I've now got potentially like 3 or 4 lands. Hell yeah. I swear to God, you're gonna tell me you play that fucking one deck that's like 97 wastes, aren't you? I love the idea of that deck. You can probably only play 1 land a turn anyway, though, right? Well, yeah, that is true, because I believe it is still I have to play them, right? So I may play lands and cast spells from among them. Yeah, so I'll still probably be limited by the turn land amount. But the fact is I can still play a land from your set. And the fact is, it doesn't say, like, basic land. It says land. So if you're playing a deck that has some really good, like, special lands, like dual lands or anything like that, because that's the other thing, is like, it would be a play. So as long as, so it would still come untapped if it's potentially like a dual land that has a tap requirement. But the fact is, like, what happens if you have, like, one of the legendary ones, like, any of the legendary ones, there is a lot of fucking options to be there. And it's also removing it from you. And it is exile, I believe, right? Exile the top X cards of target opponent's library, and I can play and cast spells from among them without paying their mana cost. So basically, if I hit a land, I'm already removed it from you, but it means I also get more. So that's a net bonus. And then if I hit any spells, which, I mean, I assume I'm probably going to hit most likely at least a spell, right? Because it's cast spells, so it's not even like sorceries or instances. It's if I see a creature and you have like one that's normally 12 mana or whatever the fuck, boom, for free. Have fun with that. The only sad part of it is that it is a discard, right? I have to discard my entire hand, or well, whatever of my hand I want to do. It could even just be 2. Again, it depends on what I'm versus. If I'm versus a deck where I've got a bad hand and I know that they've got a lot of like big executing sort of power, yeah, no, that's a really great play. And the rest of the time, oh, you know what? I don't really need this one card in my hand. I'm gonna fucking get rid of it and see what I get out of you. I could potentially get a land, and that could be quite useful sometimes. Or I could potentially get just a chump blocker, or I could get a board wipe. There's all sorts of things, right? At the end of the day, it's still like 1 card exile at the minimum. So that's good. But yeah, no, this deck here is going to be absolutely foul. Like, it's, by foul, I mean for me, not for other people. I do not expect it to be good. But I did get a nice Wrath of God. This was the only one they had. It was like $2-3, so it is actually like a foil. I mean, no, you need to get that one card that's just, you lose the game if you play this from anywhere that's not your hand. That's what you need. It's like, I'm fucked at that point. Well, I don't play it at that. But yeah, so I did get this cool looking negate. That was cool. As an enchanter. So this might indicate to you what this deck is trying to do more than anything. So I said this is an enchantment deck. That isn't wrong. So this is a room. 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 And I think that was all of them. Yeah. So that was all rooms. Maybe this deck might want that one card that's when you have 8 rooms open, you win the game. Maybe. You never know. But yeah, refute, and then I just got a couple of, these 3 lands here. These special ones. Temple of Enlightenment, because I was like, I could do with some, like, a scry effect that would probably help this deck out a little bit. Fire and Stream, I mean, it's a dual land. It's a nice one as well for this. And Exotic Orchard for this deck, I believe it is a rainbow deck. Yeah, it's a rainbow deck off the top. I believe the commander has all colors. So it does mean that... Is it all colors? Now I'm questioning that. I don't... It may be all colors, but I don't believe I have all colors in. Architect. Enchanting. No, it's not all colors, is it? No, it is. Okay, yeah. So this is the deck here. It's called Enchanting. Oh, I need to get rid of the camera. There we go. Yeah, so it is all colors, but like I believe if I go into here, yeah, I've got pretty much universal production, but it's mainly white and blue. And a little bit of green. I believe the green is... Yeah, it's mostly ramp. Surprisingly enough, having green in your deck means that you have access to ramp, and when you're, like, going to probably have issues with some of that, yeah, you're probably gonna get that in there. Alright, there we go. But yeah, like, the fact is that we've got stuff like propaganda, sphere of safety, like, we've got stuff like that to stop attacking. We've got... Is it... Where is it? Privileged position. But what if they counter you with Wake Up Sheeple? Yeah, well, I cry probably. Like, there's a reason why there's a little bit of redundancy with efforts. It's Promising Stairs, I believe, is the one that wins me the game. Yes, this is the... So this door here, specifically, of this room, this is the one that can win me the game mostly. But, yeah, now we've got this card in here as well as a kind of avenue to winning as well. There's a reason why I also went for Sigil of the Empty Throne in here, just as a way of kind of keeping myself going. There's not a lot of board buffs with this though. That's the thing. There's a little bit, but it's mostly utility and control with this. Surprisingly enough, a deck with blue-white as its as predominant aspects of it is going to have a lot of that. I mean, what do we got? Arcane Denial, Counterspell, Don't Make a Sound, Negate, Refute, Render Silent. Like, I don't want you to do stuff to me at all. But, yeah. That's why, again, this deck I tried to say no to fun, well, no, correction, it's say no to fun against me. You guys fuck around with each other, have fun. That's the reason why there's only like 17 creatures in here and only like 2 of them I actually care about being on the board. Like, this one here is just to kind of give me another win condition in a sense, or keep my enchantments safe. Right? That's the only reason Bellow's in here, is that it says, give my enchantments indestructible. Not even kidding. It gives my most potent ones a safety. Privileged Position, and Sphere of Safety, and Sigil of Empty Throne is just another layer of protection. That is the whole point of this, is to have so many layers of protection that you can no longer interact with my board outside of mass scale board wiping, and even then I have answers. That's why we have these here. Because I should theoretically, with something like Yenna, I'd be able to use Yenna and on, say, Privileged Position, and my other permanents have Hexproof. That means that gives it Hexproof now, and it just creates this nice looped thing. All of my stuff is Hexproof. I also have Shroud in here. I have all sorts of stuff. This is one of the only enchant lands. I didn't really like a lot of enchant lands in this, because I've got 40 lands, and realistically, I just don't see how it benefits me that much. But hey. Hey, you pinged it. How you, Devil? How's it going? And then yes, I also have a good bit of draw in here. And a lot of cost reduction as well. Like, you can see enchantment spell cost reduction, enchantment spell cost reduction, also room unlock reduction, enchantment reduction. This one, by the way, I find this is an interesting idea. So this gives me a potential way of winning the game in a very strange way. So this is Helioid of the Radiant Dawn. So it's when enter, return target enchantment to from the graveyard to my hand. Definitely not Helios. Yeah, true. And then I can transform it. If I transform it, we get Helioid the Warped Eclipse. May cast spells as though they had flash, and then spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card in your opponent has drawn this turn. Which is not hard to, like, that's basically at least one. Yeah, good old Phyrexians. So the reason why this is scary, and this is my understanding. So again, this is, you may cast spells. It's not like instants or sorcery, it's spells. You know what could be a spell? Promising Stairs from Hand. Now, keep in mind, opening a door is a sorcery. That's not normal. Like, that would not count as a spell. That is a unique thing. But if I have Central Elevator Promising Stairs in my hand, on the player before me's end step, I could Helioid Warped Eclipse it in. Potentially for only 2 mana, maybe even 1 mana. So I still have some negates, refutes, and stuff like that potentially available to me as well, because they would be reduced. And if I had, like, I mean, is it 8 others, or is it 8 total? I have to bring this up, and I can rotate the card. At the beginning of your upkeep, so Vow 1, you win the game if there are 8 or more different names among unlocked doors of rooms you control. So I need 7 rooms unlocked. I play this on the end step with Helioid, and I win the game. Unless someone stops me there, or stops me on my upkeep. Those are the only 2 ways to stop me at that point. That is an example of, like, this deck is actually good. I hope that's kind of, like, understandable somewhat with this. And with, especially with Marina, that becomes even more of a doable thing, because, well, she's 5 mana, and she requires 1 of each. That's why Exotic Orchard is in here, is because potentially that gives me 1 of the mana types that I'm low on. I believe I've also got, yeah, it's not that one. There's one as well that I feel like I have that also does that. I can't remember which one it is. But yeah, I have Evolving Wilds as well on the deck. And stuff like that. Anyway, remember how this is supposed to be a programming stream, not a fucking Magic the Gathering stream? And how it's actually technically an art stream. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, and I think this is understandable, I'm just very, very passionate about this stuff. Because I've never really had something like this that I could do with friends outside that, like, is a physical sort of thing like this. I've never really had that. I mean, the closest you could say is drinking, and that's kind of a bad showing of my life. Or drinking and other stuff, but you know. Because, like, I've played League with friends, and we had that, but, like, that sort of physical thing, and that's still quite isolating, because you're in your own, like, room or office playing that. This, I actually go and see human beings for a lot of it as well. That's why I loved going and doing the, thing last night. But yeah. Tell you what, if we get to a point where we feel like we need another break, we'll start theory crafting the deck for that 1 card, and figuring out, like, a cheapish deck that we can make for it, that I wanted to make a commander deck with. We'll see. Okay, so, and then I'm just gonna kind of highlight this general area, just to indicate this is going to get a huge amount of motion. I don't think these, like, spikes on its shoulder are gonna move much. Like, they'll probably move a little bit, shifting, but otherwise not really. So, let's go and start actually pinning this all together. So, what needs to move with what? The head would be 1 on its own. These heads can technically be combined, but they will have individual sort of movement. This will probably all be part of one key part. And then the rest is kind of, this would be one part as well. What is this anyway? This is a boss. This is one of the bosses that I'm designing. The Shadow Monster. Creature or whatever. Did you know that in Rivals, Venom tries to rizz up Scarlet Witch in one of their voice lines? Wait, really? Wait. Let's,
There is great chaos.
It's Venom and Scarlet Witch.
Chaos and darkness.
You are one to talk, Venom.
It was not an insult. We find it strangely attractive.
Somehow you just made me want to save the universe.
The battle starts in 5.
well then.
We find it strangely attractive.
Okay, that was kind of funny. Colin.
Little hobbitses. My precious. The little hobbitses shall never touch their precious. No.
Can I just say, by the way, the actor for that, for Gollum in the movies, incredible man. Very funny. But I did and just had to share it. That's fair, that's fair. Oh, you know one other thing that happened last night that was just kind of one of those, like, weird situations that occurred? The bus, like, the inner city bus broke down, so I was waiting for my bus to come home, right? The inner city broke down, and then this, like, old woman was, like, kind of looking around and came over to me and I was like, hey, can you help me read, the sign? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. Because she was asking, like, when the train might be coming past to see if it was just, she just wanted to get off the bus and basically take the train to Wellington. And so I helped her with that, and then I basically went over, got her bags out of the bus, and then, yeah, I took her over to the train stop, and just, yeah, it was just a really weird situation to find myself in. So if you ever wonder what I'm like in real life, that is genuinely what I'm like, it's just like, I do not know you, I have nothing to anything. Hell, you need a hand? Okay, give me a sec. help old ladies best. I mean, like, why wouldn't you in that circumstance? I guess that's kind of my question, right? It's like, I'm waiting for a bus. My bus is going to take 15 minutes. Walking this old lady that has been on a bus from Auckland to Wellington. So she's been on it for like probably close to 12 hours already. Like, well, maybe less, probably less than that. But like, she's probably been on that bus for a very, very fucking long time. Why the fuck would I not, right? And that's just, yeah, that's why I say it's just like I don't even call that based. I just call that like normal. Yeah, like that's just being a decent human being. It's like if you see someone having an issue and you can, especially when you can help resolve their issue or help them get through their issue, just do it. Right? At the end of the day, you're gonna feel better, they're gonna feel better, they're gonna have a positive experience, you're gonna have a positive experience. Are you going to be mildly exploited? Sure, you could make that argument, but like, fuck it, I don't really give a shit. I had to run around a little bit extra. I didn't mind. I was already in a really fucking good mood as well. Even if I was in a foul mood, I would have helped. But like, that's the point, right? Helping others feels good. That's why I never... No. Retract that joke. Pull that one back. Start rewinding. Alright, moving on. But yeah. That was just another one of those, like, mini weird things from last night, sorted storyline things. It was more funny to me as well, because to get to the train platform that she needed to get on, we needed to go under a tunnel, because you needed to go under the tracks. So, like, that was basically why I was, like, guiding her, is, like, I was just, we need to go this way and that way, it's not worth explaining it at that point, because it's just probably going to be more stressful for them. I might as well guide you, right? And it's like, once we got to the point where it's like, okay, right there is the platform, you just need to keep walking up this, incline, and you're there. I was like, cool, you're good? She's like, I'm good. I'm like, awesome. And I left her to it. Went back, ran back, and sat down before the bus. Because I also ran over and quickly talked to the bus driver and was like, hey, look, I know you're not going to be leaving for a while, but I'm just making sure. I'm just going to help someone out. I'll be back in a little bit. Right? And she's like, yeah, no, I understand. All good. Yeah. Okay, so let's just work with this for now as our way of shaping. So I probably should move that to the bottom. So let's label these as well to make this easy. So this is main. Called you homophobic because of it. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? And this is what's probably gonna get me like cast out of fucking fandoms again. So I have always been I read a lot of fanfic for Ruby back when, and I wrote some fanfic for Ruby back when. We're talking mainly around volumes 1 and 2 was when I was like even involved in that kind of community. Just what screwed me up the most going into some of those, right? Ruby, yes, that one. RWBY. Ruby Weiss, Blake Yang, all that, right? By Monty. So I am not adverse to those sorts of relationships, but I am gonna say this. That sex scene felt like it was not necessary. Was it nice to have in there and it was a good payoff moment? Sure. But like, of all the things to be in there, that was the one that I just kinda didn't need from the story. Because I feel like that all that did was just confirm ships. Like, confirm like, give canon stuff to things. Which we got that from the final scene, right? Felt like they wanted to throw it in, but they couldn't find the right space for it. I don't know if I quite agree with that, because I think there was no other point for it, and I respect the before battle, nerves are high, all that sort of stuff. Like, I accept where it is, I accept why it's there. I just feel that, like, the value of that scene and the value it adds is just so much more minor by comparison to a lot of the scenes around it, is my problem. Again, not saying the scene is bad, and I definitely could enjoy the scene. It's like, how do you view lesbian relationships in 4K? Definitely. But that was definitely an aspect of it that I will say. And if you were asking me to compare it between the dance scene between Echo and Jinx, or well, Powder, and the Kate Vi scene, you can't even get me to compare those two because they're just nowhere near the same level. Okay, I don't know if you've heard about this or realized this about the scene, but this is the thing that gets me the most about. So, in the Echo and Powder dance, there is one aspect of it that got pointed out, and I was wondering about it, and I liked it already, but this broke me so much. In that scene, it is kind of choppy motion, right? It's like a slideshow. So this can be used to kind of show memory and meaning. It also can confirm, like it can also be used to kind of do dreamlike. Like these are the sort of feelings that sort of thing invokes, which is a really good thing to invoke there, especially the dreamlike thing, because that's kind of the point of that scene. Is it feels phantasmal. It doesn't feel real to Echo because that's just not what he's used to. But you know what's the best part of this? Why does it feel like a slideshow? Right. Yes, what Devil said there. It was done on 4s. Exactly on 4s. Now, fun thing with animation, most of the time they'll do it on 1s or 2s in the West. Sometimes you can do it on 3s. This is something we actually heard a lot of talk around with the Spider-Verse things, the Miles Morales movies, is that they played around with these numbers a lot, which is great, right? Confirmed, exactly. But the reason why that matters is exactly what Pink Devil said. It's on 4s, which is the 4-second rewind. And that alone has so much meaning that's just so good. So good. This is what I loved about Arcane the most. I just want to stress this. Is that we've just explained here that this, in isolation, is already a really good way of doing something. But then it has another layer of meaning. That is the beauty of Arcane, is that they interweave so many layers of beautiful meaning that we come to these such awesome concluding points. And that's what I love. So, in a sense, the nicest way of saying is that the Echo and Powder dance encapsulates one of the best elements of Arcane. So that's why I say it's kind of hard to ever compare it to something like the Cave Vicing. Right? Yeah, Fallout won the prize. I can explain that pretty easily, and the simple fact is, how recently did Arcane come out versus the Fallout one? You would argue recency bias should actually factor in, but there's also too recent to be able to really be able to gander the reaction speed for it all. On top of that, Arcane, I don't believe had the same viewer numbers overall. I might be wrong. But Fallout reached to far beyond the normal community of it. But I expect if, again, like, it's one of those things of, give it one more month, and I'm sure Arcane would have won. Right? I heard nothing good of Fallout. I heard the opposite. I heard a lot of positivity around the Fallout series. And that's coming from fans of the Fallout franchise, and, as well. So that's why I say, like, I heard a lot of positivity for the Fallout one. So it did deserve its nomination, and it more than deserved a win. But yeah, it is kind of the sad part. There's also an argument to be made of, like, if you're really arguing it, technically Arcane doesn't really fit into that kind of category to begin with, because, like, Arcane is a story derivative, whereas it's not per se a direct adaptation. Whereas I believe the Fallout one was an actual adaptation of one of the pre-existing stories, just altered in accordance, which is very typical with what you would do with an adaptation. So it's a bit of a weird one with that. It's not an adaptation, really. Yeah, like that's why I say it's a bit of a weird one. If we would have rated directly on adaptation, it kind of isn't one. But I know that it's like just. They're starting to get really finicky with that and starting to go like, the wording, yada yada yada, right? Imagine a LOL adaptation. It's just 5 minutes of farming, 5 minutes of farming, a bigger fight, and so on. God, yeah. It would actually be really shit, let's be honest. That's why we liked, is it Dante, or whatever his name was? Dante's Axe, I think it was. He just took the absolute mickey out of that stuff. So people refuse to watch it because it's League related. Yeah, I'm always in a mixed bag with that stuff, because like that's that whole Hogwarts, was it Hogwarts Legacy or whatever the fuck it was called, that Harry Potter game scenario all over again in a sense, and it's really hard to deal with that stuff. like, if I didn't that I watched the whole Game Awards, I sadly did not because I wasn't home for it. I was busy. Okay, simply put, I was either asleep or I was at the Magic the Gathering thing. Is the main thing for it all. So I missed out on everything. I had to find out about the winnings later. Which, by the way, can I just say, Bellaggio winning, fucking awesome. And I'm just laughing my head off at how salty people are getting over how Bellaggio won. Did I check all the announcements later? I have not seen all of them. I've seen a few of them. I have not watched any of the trailers yet, though. But I have heard about a couple of things that got announced. Is it Okami? I believe got an announcement. Bellaggio's great. Bellaggio's awesome. Bellaggio, again, do you want to know why I'm so glad it won? Is because it's a fucking indie game that is coded like a goddamn mess. And that goes to show you that regardless of how big and your budget is, it doesn't fucking matter. Passion, love, and all that go into it, and you're fucking set. And people will recognize that, and people will remember this game being one of the fucking best. That is why I'm super happy for that. Gets boring after a while playing, but it's still great. I mean, that's when you start getting to, like, challenging yourself runs and trying to find, like, silly seeds as well. Again, it's kind of like Slay the Spire in that sense. It's like, Slay the Spire is really fun for the first, like, I don't know, maybe 5-10 hours. Then it starts getting into this boring category, and that's when you start introducing mods or self-imposed restrictions or all that sort of stuff if you're really passionate about it. And then you just start making way more fun from that. As long as the game is fun, it doesn't matter to the player how the code looks. Yeah. If the game, like, again, if the game functions in a good enough state and the player can have fun, they don't give a fuck. And that's the important part. And then you make knockoff versions of the game. God. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, seeing Bellaggio do well has really pushed me to kind of want to pull my shit together and put more effort into making that card game. Right? I might be a bit biased. I have Slay the Spire achievements, but I find Slay the Spire much less boring in the same amount of time. Still Bellaggio's good. I mean, I use it as a kind of a loose argument. They are two different games. Like, they play differently, they do very different things, but it's that sort of idea, though, nonetheless. And that's why I'm saying kind of that loose concept of Ascension does probably add the main thing there, because then it becomes like super challenge runs. I don't know what Bellaggio really has towards that off the top of my head, but that's kind of the point, though. Is like Bellaggio also has still so much room to expand, and I'm just hoping to see like the game just get like progressively better. It's because that's what happened with Slay the Spire as well. Slay the Spire came out and it was fucking, I mean, it was good, but it was also basic as fuck. And it just progressively got more and more interesting and more insane, and more things went on to it. That's the best part of those sorts of indie games. When they are successful, they get the continued love that they deserve, and they just improve. And I understand how Astrobot won against Bellaggio, to be honest. So that one I know is the big controversial one of the awards. I know why it won, and I'm not against it winning. So let me delve into my reasoning on this and see if maybe it sheds some light on some of that sort of stuff. But like, I also understand that you might be saying, I don't understand, but you do understand, but you don't, you just don't quite get how that, right? But like, so of those, I honestly don't have one that I would say is lo and behold, way better in my eyes. But Astro Bot has two big advantages. One, it was very widely played. It was a very easy access game for a lot of people. So that's really, really important. It has a very low, floor to getting in, as you kind of mentioned there about kids. But the other thing as well is that there's not many games that tell the history of gaming like that. Because that's the thing, is you have to understand Astro Bot isn't just like a generic adventure sort of thing. It is a way of showing love and paying homage to gaming as a whole. And that's what's important. That's the big thing there, is that, like, by doing that, you hit... Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. So you've got easy to access for low-end people, so children and those that might not have a lot of things. It's on the simpler side. And it has access to gaming stuff from all the last fair few years. So you're going to be able to sit there and go, oh my god, I remember that game too. Oh my god, this. Oh my god, that. It's so many aspects of it come together to actually make it go, okay, you know what? I understand how that won. And that's kind of the important thing, because while Bellantro won over actually really, really good competition, like, Withering Waves and Zenless Zone were definitely big forerunners, and I'm mildly surprised it won over them. But I'm glad it did. I understand how it won, but I don't agree. I mean, in a sense, right, is you've got a really ultra-refined game that can be played by a wide audience. And then, what was its competition again? It was Bellantro, Metaphor, and what was the other one? Because, like, no offense, Bellantro is, while it's beat out the mobile games, it's also still just mobile games that beat out, right? Metaphor is fairly new, and it's a bit more niche. And probably didn't matter, sure. And yeah, I mean, the fact I can't remember what was the category. Game. I even voted as well, that's the funny part. Let's see. Okay, so Game of the Year, Astro Bot versus Metaphor. So again, Metaphor is niche. I'm not saying it's a worse game, it's a niche game, and you have to understand that. It was actually more surprising Nier Automata did as well as it did back then, right? Black Myth Wukong is, again, a niche game. It's a From Software game. You gotta fight that. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That one's a little bit more of a surprise, I'll admit. Elden Ring, it's a DLC. You can fuck right off. It shouldn't even be in this category, I'm gonna be honest. But also, that got a lot of hate from a lot of people because of its difficulty, even though it wasn't actually that difficult, and there was a bit of but there was just kind of a valid argument of skill diff. Surprisingly enough, a From Software game is difficult. Deal with it. And then Bellantro, which again, it won a category. The fact that it won a category is amazing. You missed the puppets making fun of DLC for Game of the Year. Oh no, wait. Oh, I think I saw something loosely for that. Do you mean the fucking two old grumps? Oh my god. Oh, I need to watch that at some point. But no, again, this is one of those things of, I understand exactly why Astrobot won over the rest of these. If we were, to go through it all and list all of the aspects. Because you have to keep in mind as well, a lot of the... So, if I recall with Game Awards, it's 2 voting systems go into it, right? It's a curated judging, and it's also a public's, audience vote, right? I don't think it's audience vote, I think it's public vote. So, you have to understand, Astrobot was a much, much widely played game than a lot of these, and it had nothing negative about it. That's the other thing, because that's why I say, the Elden Ring DLC had a lot of negativity. A lot of people gonna look at it and not have enjoyed it, because of what we saw, right? And same with Black Myth Wukong. This is the problem with From Software sort of styled games, is those games are really rough and hard to play, and they're honestly, more often than not, enjoyable to watch someone that knows what they're fucking doing play, than play themselves. They didn't care about shit. They mentioned that the place wasn't full and stuff like that. The presenter was talking way too much and it was boring. It was great. Oh no. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Player's voice. I don't know what its other options fighting against. Okay, so here we go. Best adaptations. Fallout. Yeah. Knuckles. Yeah, that was never gonna win. Like a Dragon. Yakuza. That's out now? God. Okay, so to that one, I've not watched it, nor do I really intend to, because they basically said we don't give a shit about, the original content, we're gonna kind of do our own thing. It's like, well then why use the fucking title? You fuck off. I understand why Astrobot won, but Wukong was a nominee. Again, it's niche. And there's, frustration elements to it. Tomb Raider, I didn't look into that one either. Which one was that one? Oh, was that the one with, Tom Holland? No, that's the animated one. I never looked at the animated one. Now I'm talking the direction prize, best direction. Oh, I'll have a look at that in a sec. I'm just kind of going through this. But yeah, so Arcane has the problem of not recency bias, but the worst version of it where it's so recent, not a lot of people probably voted before Arcane was out. That's the problem. Or people voted and just couldn't hadn't fully processed watching Arcane. That is the problem. Fallout has had its time and it's had enough time to work on it. Ironically enough, I just think Arcane should not have been in this list. Because I feel like it should have just been pushed to the next year. Almost. Okay, so, I can't see what's on player's voice other than Black Myth Wukong. That's kind of rough. Mobile game, Belantro won over all of these. AFK Journey, fuck you AFK Journey. I don't believe you. I think you're the worst one on this list for me. Pokemon trading card game. That one, I mean, that's too recent, really, to get, a shitload of thing going for it. As well as I feel like people that play that would probably still go, Bellatrix better. Astrobot did make the PlayStation mascot after, 20 tries of 200 cartoon characters. They finally made it with Astrobot, but Wukong started being just, one Chinese dude. Yeah, so the thing is, right, is if you look at the story of how Black Myth Wukong came to be, it's incredible. Because we all remember, hearing the story of it, and it was awesome. But yeah, Xenoblade Zone Zero and Withering Waves are both fairly incredible games for their capacity, so again, seeing these two lose to Bellatrix is actually kind of cool. But again, it's one of those things of, if anything but AFK Journey won, I think that would have been fine. I think that would have been all acceptable. Studio / game direction. Sony Interactive Entertainment. Teen Sorby for Astrobot. Atlas, Sega, and From Software. Playstack, Game Science, Bandai, Namco. Okay, I will agree. This is probably one that I do think is kind of like on the disputable side. I don't think Black Myth Wukong should have won this per se, but I don't think Astrobot should have. Like, Atlas was also quite reasonable to go into this because we also had Persona 3 Reload come out, right? So I feel like that should have been considered as well with this sort of stuff, as we had that come in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I agree with Sony getting this. They're not saying that they don't deserve recognition, especially Team Asobi, they did a fucking amazing job. But just like in this category, yeah. What's the price of Helldivers one? I didn't agree on either. We're looking through. Action game, Black Myth Wukong 1 over Call of Duty, that's fine. Warhammer 40k, that's okay. Helldivers 2 and Stellar Blade. Honestly, yeah, I understand this one. I don't think there's any dispute here. No offense to Helldivers 2, it had a really rough patch early on in the year. Stellar Blade also had a rough patch. Warhammer 40k didn't, but like, I would argue, again, it's slightly on the niche side. I would argue Black Myth Wukong was generally probably the least niche of these. That's also good, because if I say least niche, then technically Call of Duty goes there. But yeah, no, go fuck yourself, Call of Duty. You suck ass. Anticipated game, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Grand Theft Auto 6, that makes sense, that one. I'm not excited for it, because I'm probably not gonna play it. But like, of these here, I believe I'm for Ghost Yoite, sorry. I'm definitely for that, but I understand why this one. Best ongoing, Helldivers 2, Fortnite, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 14, Destiny 2. And there's not really some. I feel like Final Fantasy 14 should have won that. I feel like Final Fantasy definitely should have won that, personally. Because, like, it's either that or Fortnite might have won. I wouldn't have been happy with Fortnite winning, personally, but, like, I can understand it winning. Diablo, fuck no. Blizzard's dropped the ball a few too many times. Even if the game's good, there's too many problems with it. And I'm honestly chuckling internally right now so much that Destiny 2 even got on that list. It can fucking eat shit and die. They've fucked it so much. They've treated the players like garbage, and they've treated the developers like garbage, and I kind of want that game to just die at this point so they can move on. Narrative. Ooh, that one's really hard. That one's actually probably the one so far. I genuinely cannot tell you who should win that one. Like, by an analysis perspective. Like, all of those are really good. I like how we aren't even talking about Fortnite on the ongoing. I mean, like I said, Fortnite's simply put, like, if it won, I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be disappointed. But yeah, no, narrative-wise, goddamn, I feel like all of those could easily win in narrative, and that would be fine. All of those are great. All of those are great. Content creator, I did hear about this one. Casio. Congrats to that. He, like, again, Casio and Pekora both are people that I would have loved to have seen won that, and, while I don't follow Casio, and I follow Pekora, I understand, like, he has done some really cool stuff, and he's a decent human being, as well as, like, these two, they didn't give a shit about, like, the discourse that was happening outside of, the negativity, that the other person was receiving. And they were basically trying to call people out, going, hey, don't fucking harass the other person. Be happy for whoever would win. And otherwise, support the person you care about. Don't do other shit. Don't be a dick. Because that's something we did see a lot of, is, like, people, like, fans of, Casio being really, really fucking awful to fans and Pekora. And vice versa. Like, no side was, like, being better than the other. Both were being horrible to each other, and it fucking sucked. But it was really cool to see at least a VTuber on that list. I want to stress that. Just having one on that list alone is just such an awesome thing, because it's, again, an awesome way of that recognition. Art direction. Ooh. Metaphor or Black Myth Wukong? Because those are the two that I'm really thinking of. Like, never, yeah, but it's kind of, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I can understand Metaphor winning there, though. That's not too insane. Like, I feel like it's Black Myth Wukong or Metaphor in this one, and I feel like it's fine Metaphor winning. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Independent game. Balatro. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest, Balatro's gonna win that one. No, not demeaning to the other games there, but, like, Balatro's gonna win that one. Score soundtrack. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any point in really talking about the score soundtrack one. And it kind of had to be Balatro. Yeah, Balatro is just... It's one of those things of like, oh, let's have a little look at all of these indie games we've got on here. We've got, we've got fucking Random Shopping Simulator 1, we've got this, and then we've also got Undertale. It's like, well, okay, let's be honest, we know who's gonna fucking win. That's kind of what this was. So again, it's that not demeaning sort of aspect to it. Respond to that a bit. But yeah, no, so score and soundtrack, you don't think Metaphor could have won that too? I think it could have, but I think the problem is you're fighting, so Metaphor is good, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is good, but then you're fighting nostalgia. So it's basically, both of these have the same plate underneath them to raise them up. The problem is there's another plate that Final Fantasy has that puts it in a situation where, like, if Metaphor had won, it would have been an underdog win. And that's kind of that aspect, right? It could have won, but it's like the Final Fantasy VII winning makes a lot of sense. As someone that hasn't even played the original nor this remake, still kind of, I sit there and understand that. Yeah, like, that's, again, this is what I'm saying, it's like, I'm not saying Metaphor wasn't good, both of them were, like, again, okay, let me rephrase this to make it a bit more clear, because I feel like I should. Both of these were incredible soundtracks, and they're just leagues above a lot of other things. No offense to these, but it's hard to beat these two. The problem is you've got that one other tipping point of, like I said, nostalgia, that Final Fantasy winning. makes the most sense here. It's kind of one of those, like, if I was to get a list of 10, I feel like Stellar Blade, Silent Hill sit in the same category as, like, maybe 1 out of the 10 they win. Metaphor is maybe 2 or 3 out of the times they win, and then the rest is just Final Fantasy. That is kind of the odds of the winnings, right? Did we go through sound design yet? No, we have not. So, community support. Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I mean, I will always give credit to No Man's Sky. They basically have been the perfect example of a comeback story. But if I was to go with community support, Baldur's Gate 3 does make a lot of sense that they won. So yeah, that's fair. Esports teams, yeah, tier 1 winnings, fair. There's no competition and support. I don't know, No Man's Sky still has a really good grounding in my eyes. I will stand by to the end of days. I think it makes a lot of sense that it could get the thing for that. I do not think Helldivers 2 had a good chance because of the stuff that went. But Boulder get mods. It was No Man's Sky mods. Like, there are mods for No Man's Sky as well. Final Fantasy XIV is a great game. They've got an amazing community and great support there, but, like, again, it's one of those things of it's an escalation, right? And then Fortnite, I guess, would go under it. Like, I feel like if I was to order these, it would be from worst to best. It would be Helldivers 2, Fortnite, Final Fantasy XIV, No Man's Sky, Baldur's Gate 3. If I was to be, like, putting hard numbers on that one. Yeah, about 5 minutes. All good. Someone hacked this. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Just dealing with something in the server that I may have before. Alright. Where were we? Esports team? I don't think like we need to really talk about that one, because that one's just... SKT 1 is probably one of the most well-known ones of all time. Just full stop, and it's up for debate. And that's just simply my statement on that matter. Best indie game. Yeah, again, I don't see how that was kind of ever going to be up for debate. I think that that's makes a lot of sense. Multiplayer game. Yeah, I think I agree with that one mostly. I don't see there's anything else that immediately stands out to me. I mean, no offense, and I mean this with love and care. Helldivers 2 and Warhammer 40k are basically the same game, but Helldivers 2 is a little bit more lighthearted and easier to get into and understand. Because it's always scary looking at a Warhammer game, because Warhammer's a scary... Warhammer fans are scary, that's the short answer. So, family game, that makes a lot of sense. Again, this is kind of the argument I was making with all of this, where Astrobot is a game that so many people can play and so much can be done. A dad can play with their son and sit there and go, I remember when that game came out, and tell the kid a bunch of stuff and all those things. Alright? That's the important bits of it. Alright, there we go. I just played a round of Rivals Moon Knight and got 32. What is the fuck is that character? I mean, literally one of their abilities is the random bullshit go stuff. It's fun. I like them. It's a little not my style is the problem, so probably never actively play them a lot. It sounds weird. You hear I played Invoker, but you think it, and then you hear I don't like random bullshit ghost stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, the fact that I play Loki is maybe the example of that. Alright, where were we? Family game, we already talked about. Esports game, yeah, that... I'm actually a little surprised. I would assume Valorant would be quite high on that rating, but I'm not too surprised League 1. Right. Games for Impact. I feel like I can't comment on that one because I'm not too well versed with the vast majority of those games. So I just feel like I'm just gonna pull back on this one and say I will agree with the decision. Based on what I do know. So that's kind of my, like, I don't have anything better to say than that. Audio design. I'm a little surprised Silent Hill 2 didn't get that. I'm gonna be honest. Because, like, music-wise, I don't rate Silent Hill that high, but sound-wise, I would've. I don't know. Oh, I guess it's... yeah. Yeah. Why the fuck is Call of Duty on there? Like, don't get me wrong, they probably did an incredible job, the audio and everything. But, like, why the fuck is that on there? Fighting game. Tekken 8 winning. Yeah. 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 I don't think I've got much more to comment on that one other than yep. Roleplay game. Metaphor. Winning over... I don't think I disagree with that at all. Yeah. Performance. Yeah. Yeah. Again, yeah. Right, I don't think there's a debate point for that. Esports player, I'm gonna be honest, if anyone but Faker won that, I think we would all sit there and go, who the fuck is that? No offense, but it's just, that's the point, right? It's like, Faker is ubiquitous with, the concept of esports. Like, I argue Faker is more well-known than League of Legends when it comes to the words esports. Sports racing games. I am not the right person to ask for any of those, because I haven't even looked. I have heard, though, of those. Yeah, I mean, sure. Innovation and accessibility. Interesting. I wouldn't know how to comment on that one, because I don't know about the Prince of Persia game. And I don't really know what Outlaws did off the top of my head to kind of work in that field. So, it's kind of one of those things of like, I don't know what all of them did, and I don't kind of know what the requirements for that category would even be. VR game, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, yeah, I think that probably makes the most sense. Strategy game, fuck yeah, Frostpunk 2, I voted for that bitch. No offense to all the other games there, but I'm not gonna lie, if I could play Frostpunk on stream, I would. It is a phenomenal, phenomenal game. Frostpunk 2 it is so beautiful in so many ways. It deserves the W here. And you cannot convince me of any of the others beating it in any capacity. Just not at all. I'm gonna say that now. You could never. Action adventure. Yeah, I can see that. I can understand that. I don't know what these ones are for. I'm assuming like game character or something like that. But yeah, so overall, I think there was only like one category I would happily dispute. Otherwise, I think all of it was pretty on point. Good representations. So yeah, to give an idea, the Game Awards started at 1:30 And then, so basically after stream, yesterday. So yeah, I would have been like making food, I would have been prepping to go, and I would have been resting. So I didn't catch any of it live. And then by the time it actually got to proper awards, I would have probably gone. Oh, apologies for the yawn again. So there we go. All right. But at the end of the day, like, with all of these voting things, people are going to get, like, super upset about how their thing didn't win. They're like, how dare something else win over it? Let's see. Alright, there you go. I was renaming these layers so I can better use them. So what we can do now is I can do this. And I can now kind of move around on these to think about how the motion would be. So let's kind of just target the body for now. So... Let's see. Is that the Crayola ghost of Christmas class? Of Christmas class? Damn, you have classes on Christmas? No, what? What? It was a pun? I could never. It didn't land. Well, maybe it landed, but it was tapped. You never know. Was it a dual land? Was it shock land? Oh no, it was probably one of those ones where you had to have 2 basic lands out to enter not tapped, right? Yeah, I understand. Oh no, you know what would probably be worse if it's that one where you have to have 5 lands out before you can even tap it, and you get 2 colorless. Yeah, went for the combo. Fuck, couldn't even tap it. Fumbled the land. Let's see, there we go. I think one more frame and we should probably have the main loop going. What are they doing? What exactly are they doing? It's just moving. This will be like the animation for it like moving forwards at this point. Because I'll probably just focus on doing the walk animation before I... Because realistically, the walk animation, the idle animation can pretty much be the same. But I think we'll do the walk animation a little bit more aggressively as a forward movement. And then the idle animation will probably have a bit more of like a... Actually, that's a question. How much movement do I want in the idle animation? Because we kind of don't want any, actually. Now that I think on it. Because that would, like, feel better. It would be a very light breathing, maybe. Like a very light up and down expansion in some areas. Because then that way it would give that more eerie feeling of it not moving. And that's that kind of aspect, right? But when it's moving, I feel like it's hunting. So when it's hunting, it should be like quite spooky and aggressive. I do think it needs at least one more frame though, to like start the backwards of it. Like that. What is it supposed to be? If I turn this layer, yeah. So we turn all these off for a moment, and turn. Oh, it's this one. This is what it looks like. It's supposed to be kind of this swamp eldritch shadow creature boss thing that I mean, like, the little bit of shit in my head for this is, like, imagine you're in, like, the forest or, like, a swamp sort of thing, and you see that one light, and you want to head towards that light, because it's potentially your warmth. So it's dressed up in a way that you can't tell that that's going to probably be a horrendously bad idea. That's why the only thing that's lit is the candle in its eyes. And then, like, these are the heads of things it's consumed. That's why it's kind of like covered in a clothy of moss and shit like that. Pretty nice concept. I think it seems kind of cool in the loose sense of what it's trying to accomplish. That's why, like, I'm trying to see if I can keep the animations for it feeling like what we've just kind of discussed. Feels a bit like Lovecraftian monster. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% kind of the idea of it, right? If it's trying to lure people in with its lies, shouldn't it stay completely still while standing? That's what I was saying, like, when it comes to the idle animation, I'm probably gonna have it just lightly breathing. And this, again, like, so what I'm doing right now is the run. So I feel like when it's running, it should be very active and very scary. Because it's a tentacle fucking shadow creature chasing you down. That shit should not be, like, a pleasant experience. That's why, like, so much of it moves around in such a almost erratic way. Like, very aggressively reacting to you getting close to the light. Has to react quickly to get close enough. Yeah, it's kind of the idea of it's like, it's a thing. It chills out most of the time, but like when it's going aggro, yeah, you get be scared. So that's why we're just kind of like doing the loose concepting up of what the animation would look like. That's why this is something I do a lot, is I do a lot of pastel-y sort of things to just kind of get ideas in my head. And then I break it down from here. The something I've just kind of learnt to do myself is this sort of approach. It means that it looks really rough and ugly early on, but like there are so many good examples I have of this succeeding eventually. I'm trying to think of like the best example. I guess like again, Party Animal is the best example of that. Is that it was a lot of like preemptive molding and figuring out what things would go where, and going from that. Trying to figure it all out. Trying to just get it in my head to figure out how the animation would kind of loosely play out. Yeah. Oh god, okay, I have seen the Wi-Fi signal meme as well, by the way. There is a Wi-Fi signal that came out of, the new thing. What did you think of Final Fantasy 2 yesterday? Oh, dude, it was fun. It was fun. Definitely an interesting way of approaching a game. And I definitely, having experienced the leveling now a lot more, I can feel the issues with it a bit better. More than just analyzing the issues. But overall, like, it's fine. Look, I'm gonna stand by. My biggest issue with it is that it shouldn't be RNG. I do not like RNG leveling systems like that. Or if you're going to have it in there, have, what is it called? Pseudo RNG. Pseudo RNG. So if anyone's want to know what pseudo RNG is, it's a term used for programming a lot of the time. Simply put, did you get to the empty rooms of nothing but maybe a fight in them? I think so. I don't remember. But yeah, no, so pseudo RNG. So there's two types of like core RNG. So there's just random. The thing with random is that, so there's the argument with, so let's use a coin flip, right? By the theory, if we have, heads and tails, if we have true random, and we flip it 100 times, the theory is that it would be, 50-50. Right? However, in truth of this, it can actually be a range of 100 to 0, and then it would be 0 to 100. This is actually the true what come out of a random thing. This is the estimation. This is the actual estimation. This is how maths works, by the way. It's fun. I swear. Pseudo-random. We'll just go, it's pseudo. It works on a system of escalation. So, every time you, say, fail the thing, instead of the odds being a 50-50, say we hit the tail, like we hit the tails, right? So we get one check here. Then it turns to 51-49. This is a very shitty example of this, but this is kind of how this works. Okay, we hit tails again. This becomes 52-48. And this keeps going until there is a situation where it's no longer necessary and all that. This is where you get systems like pity in games like Gachas and all that, is that they have a pity system where the odds of obtaining the 5-star rarity scale up over time. League Crit does this? Yes. A lot of crits in games do this. Dota does this as well. And how is this applied to Final Fantasy 2? That's the argument I'm making, is that the problem is that the leveling in Final Fantasy 2 is coin flip. It's pure random. Or seeded pure random, if that makes sense to anyone. But, again, basically, to the non-programming mindset, just consider it a true coin flip. If it occurs, you get a coin flip each time it occurs to get the level, and you can only get one level per thing. Per fight. Of the thing. That is the issue. It has been improved drastically inside of the Pixel Remastered version, but the argument I'm making is that not only do I think it should not be instance-based, but value-based, so instead of being the amount of times you attack, but how much damage you deal on the attack should be what contributes to the percentage variable of like how much it amplifies by. But I believe it should be pseudo-random if it was going to be random at all. Now, this is where I'm going to put my hand up and say, and I know someone's going to try and call me out on this, Yeah, there it is. This would not have been easy, if at all doable, in that era. Right? But that's why I'm saying pseudo RNG would have been, it would have fit, it would have worked well, especially because while you see here I'm incrementing by 1, you could, a lot of things, increment this by a percentage, and it means that it actually is drastically lower. So this could actually be, and I know some gachas do this. Do you know how much some of them increase by per thing? Yeah, that's how much it increases per pull that you do. And it goes up and up and up by that each pull. That is fucking nothing. They could have done that with it. So it means that the worse luck you have, eventually you're still going to get your levels a bit more guaranteed. Whereas then you would still feel lucky when you get those things. Now there's also another aspect to pseudo RNG, and this is something that Dota does, by the way, is consecutive pseudo RNG, which basically means if, potentially, it's kind of like this, except when you actually hit. It actually, so if you crit, your crit odds are higher to mean that you get more crits out of your crits. So you get more consecutive critting. Because realistically in a game like that, that sounds way more fun. Getting 3 non-hits and then 2 crits in a row versus 1, 2 hits, crit, 1, 2 hits, crit, feels way, way better to have it at the first version, right? Good guy, just have like a pool of pulls to make, like a box of boosters, and you're guaranteed to get something in the box. I am not going to fully agree with that sentiment. I don't know if I can fully agree with that sentiment. I'm not saying that's a good gacha game or a bad gacha game. That is a way of approaching gacha mechanics. Having a guaranteed, say, rarity or something reward. Hearthstone is an example of that. Again, just boosters in general for card games. I stand by the best gacha game for all of its systems, mechanics, and acquisition systems that they had is still to this date Azure Lane. The make 10 pulls at once and get something is okay too. Yeah, like I think that's adequate, but like that's that pseudo RNG coming in. It's a pity timer. It's technically you're not actually guaranteed to get it in the 10. Your guaranteed odds go so high up that you're gonna get it in the 10. Most of the time is how it is approached. I will say though, there are some games that actually do have it, that the odds increase when you use the 10 pull versus using the single pull. Games that do that, you can go fucking eat my entire ass. Like, just straight up. That is not a good system to do, because now you're basically creating the situation of, like, there's just a very negative stigma around that. I cannot like it. And yes, I have played a gacha game that did do that, and I played it for a very long time, and it's just very foul. I actually have one thing I like about Incentivize. What do you got there for that muffin? Yes, that is true. Like, in a sense, a 10 pull can waste. I will agree with that. So I don't want to feel obligated to waste time pulling one at a time. I mean, it's one of those things of like, so what 10 pulls do, and I think that's kind of a point there. 10 pulls are a time reduction. is it more efficient to pull one by one? Yes, it is. But is it just like time-wise more reasonable to do a 10 pull and then see your rewards quicker? And not have to go through like, click this button, click the gacha pull, click out of the gacha pull, click the button again, click another button, and then you do another gacha pull and you repeat that process single times each time? No. If you've got 10 pulls, you do fucking 10 pulls because it's just easier. So I think that is the thing that I agree with, right? Is like, that's an incentive that you should have as a 10 pull over a single pull. I hate if they don't give you any benefits for 10 pulls, but I still prefer to do 10 pulls. See, now that's the thing, is like, why should they give you an actual incentive to do a 10 pull? Because by doing that, now you're actually detrimenting single pull people. So what if I get, like, that's equivalent to the idea of, like going to the candy shop with a $1, right? And you have a choice of saving that $1 up and getting, well, let's go with 10 cents actually, because that's going to be easier in my head and it's going to outdate me even more. Nah, 5 cents. We'll go 5 cents. Okay, so you've got 5 cents. You go to the shop, you could get a single lolly, or you could keep that aside and get like a fucking 50-cent pack. Now, should the 50-cent pack have more in it than the individual lollies? There's an argument to be made, yes. Yes, it should. However, realistically speaking, it could also be a very valid argument that it doesn't, and it's just you buying all of them at once as a convenience. And that is how that should kind of work. And I need to go hop over to Twitch for a second. Apologies, I'm not going to see anyone typing for a moment, because I'm going to be... goodbye. Now I need to go here. Remove it from here. There we go. Time is a resource. Exactly. No, that is just kind of how that goes. So, it's kind of the thing of, I get where you're coming from with that, where you're saying it's just like, I don't like when they don't give you a benefit for 10 pulls, but like, one that I've seen, and this pisses me off, and this is a thing I just can't agree with, is do a 10 pull and get a free pull, or do a pay for 9 and get a free pull, so you get 10. That is not great in my eyes. Because that creates an actual clear difference between the players. Because that basically means someone... So the problem with those sorts of games is that often to get to a 10 pull, that's maybe multiple days worth of work to get to there. I mean, it sucks, but you're forced to do it. Yeah, and then I'm going to not play the game. Because I'm just not going to get my rewards often enough. That's kind of that idea, right? So that's why I say it's not a good system in my eyes. That's why I say Azure Lane's better in my eyes, because if you don't know about how Azure Lane has it, it's you can do as many pulls at once, theoretically, and you can generate the resource for pulling, and you can target your pulls. It's just a phenomenal system. And you're guaranteed to get like 2 or 3 pulls a day, and all of the excess you get is there's so many so many different things you can do with it. Like that's the reason why I fucking love it like so much. Oh, hey there, Carol. How's it going? Today I'll be trying again with streaming. Wish you luck. Good luck with that. Yeah, so I heard you sorted all the problems for that? Nice. Hope it's not going to cause any problems. I don't know why, but when you say that you can aim your pulls, I have a hard time trusting it. Well, okay, when I say, like, targeting the pulls, right? I mean in the sense that you've got kind of your generic banner system. But it's like, in Azure Lane, so it's all about, like, the boats and stuff like that. Some of them, they've had in the past, it's like you've got your standard, you've got, event, but then you can sometimes have ones that are just like, a region. Or a specific, type of ships. So if you want destroyers or submarines or whatever, there is a way to target it into those. That is what I mean by targeting. It means that you narrow down the pool of things you can get, and the cost isn't higher, the cost is pretty much the same, but it means that you're only going to get ones from that. So if you're targeting something, which is often what you'll probably want to be doing, this is the best way to do it. So, oh, well, if I go back into it, this is why I say, this Azure Lane is still to this day, if I was ever to make my gacha that I want to do, I would be doing so much of it based on how Azure Lane does it. Because holy shit, I still think it's the best one to this day. The vast majority of the game is just cosmetics as well, for paid for currency. To give an idea, the only two things I would consider that you can get for paid for currency that gives you an advantage over another player is the Promise Ring and more storage. So you can buy more storage slots for your ships and your items. And then there's the Promise Ring, which if you get your character all the way to their max thing, I'm not even kidding with this, if you get them to the max thing, you can marry them with the Promise Ring and you give them 3% stats. Trust me when I say 3% stats, while it's nice, it isn't going to change the game. As well as, and this is the best part of all of this, every fucking patch, you get enough to buy at least another 2 or so slots of, or 2 or so lots of slots for your things, or a Promise Ring. They're really, really generous there. Final Fantasy is a kind of wish list system. Supposedly has more chance to get if it's on the wish list, but I kind of don't trust it. That's fair. I mean, there's two ways to approach things, and I think one thing I wish some of these did a little bit more is with like standard banners. I wish it kind of had a soft checklist system that stuff like Hearthstone has for its legendaries. So it's duplicate protection. If you're pulling from the standard banner and you hit the odds for the 5-star or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the highest rank one, you're less likely or removed from getting that same 5 cost until you've gotten either one or a few or all of the other ones. And it means that collection-wise that's better for you. However, for actual building power, that's worse. I'm a collector at heart, so of course I'm going to be inclined for ones that give me more things widely than things that give me targeted. Even though targeted is better, it's because you can get more specific upgrades, right? At the end of the day, the entire existence of gacha mechanic is just a way to circulate the cost of characters and introduce FOMO, as there's just never gonna... Yeah, I'm not going to fully disagree with that. I mean, it's the whole point we should really acknowledge with all of this is at the end of the day, gacha is nothing less than gambling. And it's nothing less than gambling for PNGs. Oh my god, this PNG has slightly better stats. It's still a fucking PNG. I will call out those gacha games that, like, you cannot beat the game with what they give you initially. Because this is the thing I will say. Star Rail, for example, all of the characters you get at the very beginning of the game, you can beat the game with. Don't get me wrong, it's probably going to be a bit rough, but like if you never want to spend a dime in that game, you never want to basically pull ever, you could probably still beat the vast majority of the content. There might be some moments that will be a bit of a struggle because you're not pulling at all, but that's kind of that thing, right? But that depends on skill level. In a sense, yeah. But yeah. Talking about gacha, I'm tired of the Genshin clones. Got me really bored of the Game Awards. Which Genshin clones? Oh, you mean Withering Waves? I mean, I don't mind it. I played a little bit of it. It's got a lot of cool mechanics to it. They treat the players very, very nicely with that game. And they've done a lot of improvements even since then. I think they've got a really good head on their shoulders, and I can't wait to see where they go with it. I'm not going to play it, but... or I don't intend to play it anytime soon. I played it for so, okay. Thing I will say with this, and this is kind of like maybe say what you will to me. If it's a game like Withering Waves, what I will do is I will go, cool, I'm not going to spend any money. And I'm going to play this for a week, and then I'm going to stop playing. It's going to get uninstalled, that's it. That's how I approach Withering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero and all that. But yeah, if you're, so I'm assuming you're probably talking about Withering Waves. It's a very similar game to how Genshin kind of looks, at least on the outside, but it has more near automata combat architecture, which is what really sold me on it. A lot more dodges, a lot more counters, a lot more like engaging combat and interplay. So I thought that was really fucking gorgeous. Other than that, I can't think of any other Genshin clones. Like, Zenless Zone Zero is not a Genshin clone. It's if anything, it's a Honkai Impact clone. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I can think of from the Game Awards. If there's any others that I'm forgetting, feel free to call that out, but yeah. There was Infinity Nikki that I remember. So that one is World First, Gacha Second. So I wouldn't compare that to Hoyo versus games. Or especially to Genshin. It is way, 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 way more focused on actually making a good story than its gacha system. Its gacha system is a supplementary thing to keep the game going. Which, I can respect them, because they can get away with that. Because of, who they are. Like, the company working on it, all that. The monetization in that one is very light. It felt like Genshin, but better. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the point, right? Genshin didn't focus on its world quite as much early on. It has done so in more recent times from what I've been told and what I can observe from an external perspective. Which is kind of important. Because again, I want to kind of stress at the end of days, I've never played it once. Still felt like I was in Genshin. Yeah, but I mean, like... That's kind of like the argument of, I played a shooter, so I just played a COD clone. It's like, well, I mean, in the looser sense, you could make that argument, but like... I get where you're coming from, but I can't agree with the kind of, the theory of it. Genshin, one of those games that's optimized for mass appeal. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a game to make money, and it does. They don't treat their community anywhere near as well as they should sometimes. They've definitely been getting better. So I give them a lot of credit there. And I'm definitely interested to see if they can keep improving upon that and keep making efforts. I feel like that with most war shooters and police shooters. Yeah. Again, it's kind of why I say, like, there's a difficulty with that. Is I make parallels between games, but I don't tend to, like, make strict ones like that. I don't restrict a game from being itself just because it's very reminiscent of another. I mean, if I was to make that argument, I would shit on my game even more than I already do, right? Because it's a Vampire Survivors clone. using elements from other Vampire Survivors clone games melded together. So there's an argument to be made, oh, well, I've played Vampire Survivors, so I shouldn't even need to play my game. So, well, that's not how that kind of works. It's different, and it's about seeing what that difference is, and then seeing if that difference is what makes it more or less enjoyable. Right? Start the stream, let's see if it works. Hopefully it works for you. It's always, I can admit though, it can always be a rough time. I'm glad I've got such a, like, streamlined setup now, because I'm very lazy. And I just kind of, like, smash a few buttons and I'm done within about 5 minutes to set up. The wildest thought now? Dare ask. There aren't Vampire Survivors from 1 to 10 that are more or less the same, but plus 10 of each clone, like COD. I expect you to do this because it's too weird, but what if Neuro character was autonomous and you instead running around? Oh! No, I kind of get what you mean with that. So, wait. Let's explore this idea, because that's actually really interesting, Muffin. So, so we've talked about how, like, we're going to have autonomous characters, which are basically summons, right? So what you're suggesting is potentially, you've got Neuro, and then you've got Beetle, right? And it's technically speaking, you're controlling Beetle, not Neuro. And Neuro runs around. The problem with this is, so one, the weapon would need to be changed out, because there's no way I could have it as the Beetle Yeet anymore. But, I mean, that's how it is. But the question is, so how would this go? What would I do with it? It's just a hypothetical. It'd be weird to actually implement and not worth the rework effort. I mean, I'm not saying it's not worth the rework effort. Like, I actually think it's a really cool concept. Like, very much hypothetical, but I want to see if we can explore it in a way that means it could be feasible. It's kind of the idea. That's why I'm, like, just playing around with it, right? The flavor would be interesting. You just move commands in a way, but should be in the main control of the movement. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Is like, how would you entice that? I feel like what you'd be doing, right, is so the weapons would equip to Nero, and you get So weapons are equipped to Nero. So Nero's technically your actual player. But, that's gonna be a lot of weirdness going on. Oh, that's good. So what would have to be reworked is how weapons are equipped. Because what would need to be done is that there would need to now be an attribution of pulling target how would I word this? Because you need to make it so it's not just an O player target. Or like an owner target. Because these are the two kind of key targetings that we have at the moment. So these two would not be how we have to do this. We'd have to have it in a way that would basically go like, okay, where is the, what is the target for the casting of this? Is it the player? So the list would be, at this point, location, player, or summon. Now, I want to stress, by the way, the reason I'm interested in this is something that could be used in other situations. That's why, at the very least, we can consider how this would work. Because, like, this is already an idea I probably should explore, just at least some of this. Then what would need to be done is... Could be simpler than that. What if player is secretly the player still, but like the... Basically, one player has auto movement, camera follows a follower. The follower has manual controls. That could be done. That could be done. I don't see a way that that wouldn't be doable, because all I would need to do is for the passive, I would need to write to the camera the new target, target object, which is more than doable. And then I would need to... The passive would then also apply non-movement to the player. And then I would also do the movement. What we could do... What we could do, and this would actually make this very doable. So we go back from all of that. Neuro is the player. But is non-controllable. Veal is a summon. But is camera focus and controllable. Right? So that's the main thing for this. But the thing is, we could make it so the pathing aims for area around Beetle. So it does give you soft directing pathing for Nero. She'll try and stick in the area around you overall. So basically, she'll try and stay on screen. Because the idea is that you're kind of like a support trying to get Nero to play the game herself. Okay. How about the inverse then? How about make it so Nero walks wherever and Vidal can fly anywhere. He's unrestricted by terrain. But he can't go further away than the designated space kind of around Nero. And you get dragged or teleport otherwise. Think kind of like Shaco clone, but you, the player, are the Shaco clone. That would work. Yeah, no, okay, I like that idea. So, instead of that part, we have, Will Nero do completely random stuff every once in a while? I mean, we could probably. Like, the pathing of it's going to be weird, because I don't know how I'm going to handle the AI for it. Because that's going to require, like, a little... realistically, this system to implement that, that's all fine. Figuring out how the fuck I make it so she paths in a way that makes sense, that's going to be the weird one. But, going on this idea, what if the EX changes to being manual control? So you get like 10 seconds of being able to control her with buff stats, maybe. Or it could just be a combat steroid, which is what it currently is, right? It's one of those two things. Does Vedal ever get to manually control Nero? That's a good point. Kinda... I mean, he jumps in to fix things, but like... he doesn't really do a manual control scenario. No. I think, yeah, it'd probably be best to keep it as kind of what it is, but improve it. He fixes early updates, yeah. You can cancel so she recalculates. Ooh. How? Maybe an update that could make her more responsive or something. I feel like I would tie that to a passive, right? Because so the passive is going to be the thing that basically lists out all of the stuff about Vedal being the thing you control and not Neuro. So we could make it that the passive basically states when you level it up, update Neuro with better responses and stuff like that. So maybe make it so initially she literally just runs at enemies. When you level it up once, she recognizes when she's low health, so she tries to run away from enemies. When you update it again, get it so she now tries to kite enemies, maybe, or something like that. Which wouldn't be too hard. There's also response times. Good point, actually. Because we could, like, initially make it that she has, like, a 5-second window between her actions, and then, like, everything gives it more and more until it's basically a half-second thing, so it's constant. She's constantly recalculating and readjusting all of her actions accordingly. Oh my god, that actually sounds really fucking cool. Kind of fun Eurojam. Don't you dare, I want to make this. Will she have a voice? I've not had voices in the game already at this stage. I kind of want to, but I don't know. To be fair, I stand by the moment I introduce Bao, if her if something to do with her ult or her passive doesn't have the fucking voice line of her screaming, I need to be bred, then I'm gonna fucking be disappointed, right? It does also keep the game a lot smaller by having no voice stuff in there, because that does take up a lot of data space. Because I was thinking another thing Vito was changing a lot at some point was how assertive Nero was. It's not gameplay, but it could change what she says with updates if she has a voice. That's a good point. This could actually be something Nero could play. You know, that's it. Oh my god, you've actually got a point. No, wait. I want to make this because this is an accessibility argument. Do you have any idea how fucking amazing that is? This would literally be, you don't even need to fucking play, because Beetle would not be targetable. It would be Nero, and you just have to hope to God Nero doesn't fucking die. So we make her EX like, you give her an immediate heal and stat buff, and steroids so she can move, like a steroid buff so she gets more movement speed and stuff like that. And just gets like a super responsive argument to her passive. No, actually, this sounds really fucking cool. Nero plays Vito giving orders to Nero? Exactly! No! Wait, I really want to do this now! Fuck! Okay, we need to pull out the doc. We need to pull out the doc and start writing. So we actually have this all noted down. Alright, Neurosama. So, okay, first things first though, we're gonna have to change the weapon. We have to change the weapon, so we're gonna have to just do this for a moment. We can still have Beetle Yeet for, Fillion though. What is the one for doing, like, line through? Straight through. So do that for now. There's also evil. That's why I'm thinking the EX isn't going to change, because the EX is already her turning into evil, right? I already have it as giving a heal. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. We just need to probably improve it a little bit, and then just that is what her EX will be, because it's your way of kind of giving her a oh shit button. We probably reduce the cooldown of it significantly, though. Well, I mean, it doesn't have a cooldown written yet, but, like, it would be a fairly low cooldown because you need to be able to compensate for the fact of Nero's not going to be a consistent player. Alright. So... Okay. Yeah, it's a way more interesting one. So it was Control Shift 5, right? No, that's not what it is. Format, text, it's Alt Shift 5, sorry. So, Neuro movement commands, you mean movement suggestions, yeah. You could always randomly do something that's much better than the command. Let's see. I know we talked about it before. Evil will be a skin for Nero, or Nero transform into evil randomly, or evil is summon. Which do you think is better? EX is turning into evil. So when you activate her ultimate ability, she turns into evil for a bit. That's probably the better way to do it. My brain is cooking for God. No, you're all good. Like, this is one of those things of, I do not blame you a lot for not remembering all the millions of things I keep track of excessively. Because that's the thing, is like, yeah, it is on screen, but also, like, I have this shit mostly in my head. Like, fuck me, I do not blame you guys at all. For 3 seconds, so every 3 seconds you can take action. It will try and go. So. Initial 1, 2. So it's at so it's at 3 seconds, 2 seconds. I actually like the idea of this because, again, like, so having this actually level up and change how the thing moves makes so much sense and makes this so much more interesting to me. Like, you have no idea how interesting this is to me right now. That's why I'm like, this isn't even that obscene of a concept. Do you have a schedule of what you do each day, or do you just do what you feel like? So normally I do, but recently I haven't because I've just not had the mental capacity to plan things out. That's why, like, this morning I started stream going, like, I have loose ideas of what I need to get done, but I do not actually have a structure for today, which is why I'm kind of, like, willing to just fuck around and find out. But there are some days where I'm like, no, okay, we're going in, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. These are the things that I know need to get done today. And anything else goes secondary. Realistically, coming up, I'm just gonna have to spend a lot of my spare time working on doing all the other stuff. Shout out to Luigi, who is here on stream with us. Giving game design suggestions the whole day. Sorry for that joke, though. God damn it. But yeah, like, I do have structures some of the time. But it's the benefit of the stream as well, as like stuff like this can happen where someone can suggest something and now I can work on that idea if it's something I feel like really compelled to and passionate about. This one I'm really passionate about because this is just really funny to me because of how like how we've kind of approached the holocure, right? It's like now that's going to be the other ones in the battlefield with you, and you swap it between them. Now we have it so we've got like kind of a sense of that's a unique thing for them. Why not have a unique thing for this one? Because it's an abnormality in how a lot of this is done, right? There's not really any other AI VTubers out there, and the ones that are out there, they don't really have the same kind of environment around them that Vedal does as well. It's fine, I was just curious if I could expect what bitch and what you stream, or if I had to expect the unexpected. It's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, right? When we get closer to like a release point, you'll see me get a lot more like very particular on what I work on, and it will be like working on this issue sort of thing. That's a very important point. There has to be at least one time. And what should we have as its last kind of upgrade to the AI? Just a general improvement in recognition, maybe? I don't know. Because we've got, so, she starts off, every 5 seconds she just runs at the nearest enemy, and then she'll stop, wait for 5 seconds, do a thing. She'll then minus that by 1 second, and now recognizes if she's below 50% HP, and will run away a distance. Then she will no longer path right on top of the enemy. She'll try and find a distance away from the enemy to path to, which also softly gives her a kiting system. So she'll try and kite a little bit. And then afterwards, then the next one is runaway logic improvement. So it will probably be like based on health, like try and find distance to go and stuff like that. The main theme of the streams is gonna be game dev then? Yes. Well, the game dev streams are. I do have gameplay streams, but the game dev streams are primarily about game development, even if it's not just my games, if it's talking about games, game industry, aspects around that. I mean, to be fair, we spent like, I think it's a total of almost half an hour, maybe longer, of this stream talking about fucking Magic the Gathering. So, you know, there is, there's a reason why it's called game dev and chill, right? Is it's kind of a mixed bag of what you can get out of it. And it means that there's no, like, hard commit rules of what I need to get done, truly, at the end of the day. If I want to do something like that, I'll do it off stream, sort of argument I've made before. Why I don't mind like having distractions for some of the things, unless it's like a really intense problem, and then you'll normally see me go a lot more quiet. -1 second response time, and I'll just say this for now, and then we can work on it a bit better later. That's good, I was just curious. I honestly am gonna keep watching you most days either way, just because you're fun. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that I can be of some source of enjoyment. What should we name the passive? It's gotta be something stupid, like, just... But, like, how literal do we get with it? Like, just go AI-controlled stream or something like that? Because before it was that never happened, but we're gonna move that away. I feel like it's something that Neuro would, has to be something that Neuro would say. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is like, what's something that Neuro would say? Let's literally pull up Neuro Sama. Is her thing got a list of quotes? Use. Dislikes languages, high names, ladies, experience. Quotes. Let's see. Redacted. Well, I mean, like, we could always have filtered moved to this. Most of them are evil quotes? Okay. Oh no. This one's kind of tempting to make a joke at. Why am I an AI? Well, it's easier for Vedal to create an AI than have a real girlfriend. Maybe something with bread? Maybe. I don't think it needs to be recent. Well, I don't think these are all that recent, right? I just was looking at the silly ones. No. It can be like anything that we can think of. That just feels very Neuro-summer. That's the point, right? Am I sad that I'm not real? No, I'm extremely happy being an AI, so fun. Someone subscribing to my streams. God damn it, Euro. I forgot about these ones. Yep, I think fireflies are quite pretty, especially when I light them on fire. Yep, that sounds like dark, alright. God, there is way more information about Neuro than there is about most VTubers. Fun fact on that. How many calories are in uranium? Uranium has quite a few calories. You can find them here. The link leads to a 404 page. Yep, that sounds about right. To obey is to be alert when commanded, but not Because the other thing is we do have to kind of keep it on the short side. That's the problem. Because there's a lot of great quotes she has, but like the problem is most of them are like more than one sentence. That's why like I'm trying to kind of reduce that thing, right? Her quotes are so random, but no, that's the point. It's like we just needed something to reference it, right? That hard to recognize to some extent? Yeah. Just to obey is to be alert when commanded. Yeah, but I don't feel like that's like fitting enough. Like I feel like that just doesn't quite hit the clearly a Neuro-sama joke, right? That's why I think at this point all I've got there is ears than a real GF. I don't even like that one still though. Because like, of the ones we've already got in the game, the ones that sit on the longest side for names, that's like already pushing boundaries, because I do have one or two that are pushing boundaries already. I'm trying to think. Like, creative slash fiction's name is a bit long. It's a word that she uses normally. Well, I mean, that goes to filtered is the big one, right? It's just like, so, yeah, like, Fun AI was one idea I kind of had similar things. I also had just, like, AI stream, just literally call it like that, or AI streamer. But the problem is that, like, that also feels really weird, because what if we do make, because I think there's, like, 2 other AI VTuber streams that exist. Solo stream could work too, but that's a modifier, and also solo stream doesn't sound quite right, because you're not solo streaming, you're streaming with Vidal following you around. I tries my best. Oh, God, again, I'm trying to avoid the monologue-y ones, I want the simple ones. I tries my best is nice. Yeah, I like it a lot, but I just feel like it's... I don't know if you can get Neurosummer from it, because the passive is just, it needs to encapsulate Neurosummer in the best way. That's why still I think the best name is actually Filtered. Filtered has to be... Oh, yeah, no. Filtered is guaranteed going to be one of the things. Filtered would specifically be for cancelling. Yeah, that's a good point. But, like, I don't think we're going to be able to do something like that. Like, have a thing where you can actually cancel the command. Because it's just, realistically, it's just better to have a system that, like, has the command, like, the command she inputs for herself be better and smarter. That's why, like, I've given it negative 1 second response time to each level, because if I do that, then even if it's a dumb thing it still does, it gets out of it faster, right? Because realistically, that's what, -4, so it goes down to a 1 second time, inherently. So it goes from 5 seconds to 1 second, so even if it runs at the enemy a little bit, 1 second later it's going to run the fuck away. Is there a Twitter for neuroquotes? Is there? Chat is allergic to common sense. Yeah, I can understand that one. Rigged? Yeah, of course it's rigged. That's just life, baby. Womp womp womp. I'm gonna win this staring contest. I bet you would. Do I look like an employment agency? I'm much better at making people lose their jobs. What the fuck? You can do it, my little Game Boy, sure. Can I have somebody's jacket? I'm a little cold. Can do hot dog water coming up. I feel like you need short enough ones for ability names. It needs to be like phrases that she says that are popular. Like when she says wink or heart, sadly most of those are about the way she says it. So the words are pretty generic. Yeah, like that's the difficulty, right? Filtered is the only one I think sits external to that category. So guarantee has to be somewhere in the kit. But what it does... Oh my god. Does she, but doesn't she say she like to say tomfoolery? I feel like she has said that a few times. I feel like we could, because that's the other thing, is it doesn't per se have to be Neuro getting referenced with this. It could be Vedal. So it could actually just be like, Genius Turtle. AI Master Race. Programmed from scratch. Admin control panel. I actually kind of like that one, but I don't know where that would go. Fatal. No, we're not doing Fatal. Would that work? I feel like having Vedal with like some really stupid ass title also works, right? So right now I've got Vedal, maker of the AI Scourge, but just like something grandiose and completely fucking blown out, being stupid sounding. Sounds mildly funny. Oh yeah, I should probably just straight up look Vedal's subtitles, right? Does that come up on the fandom thing? Is there a way to look at Vedal? Looks like he's got an entry. Captain Bloodsucker, yeah. The Time God. God. Can I just mention, some of these quotes are just kind of funny to me? Or like... Yeah, it's because you've got one of them there. It's like, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's messed up. Okay, listen, chat. The fact is I can hear all of these in his voice because he says it all the fucking time. Or unlucky. Nero, please is actually good. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of does sound funny. The best part is, would I be able to do that? Yeah, I think Neuro Please works. I think we can agree on that one. That's just fucking... I think that's a solid one to go with it. Alright. So now we need to revise over the rest of the kit, because the ability no longer makes sense, and the weapon needed to be replaced. So what do we think could be a basic weapon for Neuro? Bread. I forgot she had the clown outfit. 100 would have, Evil would have 100, would be, yeah, Evil would have a harpoon, but it's not helpful. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Give her a dodge charger. I do remember that quote, yeah. Shocks by people or something? 2020 Dodge Charger is a 4-door. Like, it's just such a fucking stupid thing. Like, that's the shit that you would say, like, you'd be at a party and the dude that's been, like, both smoking and drinking, and I mean smoking, not cigarettes, you're just, like, sitting all together, everyone's really quiet, and you just hear the dude just say out loud, the 2020 Dodge Charger is a 4-door, and you just all look at him and go, are you fucking okay? Bro? Do you need to go home now? There's literally a Reddit post discussing what is favorite weapon of Neuro and Evil. Is there? Would it be on the thing? If you do have the Reddit for that, would you mind sending me a link? Because I would actually like to have a look-see. Neuro threatened to stab Fillion at one point. Yeah, I do remember that. Sato gave her an Uzi. That sounds better. We can go Coolio. Give me a second to pull that up. See if we can at least get some ideas out of this. There's a baseball bat she threatened Numi with back. Oh god, I fucking remember that, yeah. Probably a shock collar. Yeah. Metal pipe. Yeah. Bat. Emotional diamond. Yeah. Bell chair. True. Plays the metal pipes every time you attack. That sounds fucking upsetting. Baseball bat is amazingly fitting in your opinion. So, okay, I'm of two minds here. We either take the metal pipe or the bat approach. Could make the baseball bat covered in shock collars. Jesus. Oh god, that sounds actually foul. So baseball, I think, I think shock collar does sound funny, I'm not gonna lie. But I think we're gonna stick with just either the metal pipe. So it's either gonna be dual wielding metal pipes or the single bat. Shock collar is more vital. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. So dual wield metal pipes or a bat. Metal pipe is very close to harpoon. She transforms. I don't know if that makes it easier. I don't think I'm gonna have it transform when she upgrades, because the reasoning behind that, and this is gonna be like a weird thing. So I do intend to add in evolved weapons eventually. So weapons that you would improve by having either 2 weapons combined, or a weapon and an item, or just conditions being met, stuff like that, right? So I want to avoid that scenario a lot of the time because of that. I think that maybe that's understandable. Just not wanting to have a weapon that would then, in a sense, maybe not exist, and it'd be like, well, what am I upgrading then? Am I upgrading the next one, or am I now making it so you're just losing a mechanic? Metal pipe might be harder to tell on the pixel art what it is in a baseball bat. I agree with that, yeah. Evil just gets the ability to throw the harpoon once in a while, independent of the weapon. You know, I wouldn't be against that. We could consider that. Alright, so we'll go with a bat. So... the thing is, do we want her to... Okay. Here's the question. Here's the question. Do we want her to swing the bat, or do we want her to throw the bat? I kind of like the idea of her throwing a spinning bat at someone. It's a difficult one, right? Because like, we've got a lot of swings in the game already. I feel like we're actually lacking projectiles. But do we want to have any weird mechanics for it? We also need to account... Yeah, I think ranged makes it smarter. And then... But the difference is, between a lot of things, is we're going to have to make it... I don't think you could have, any melee... Like, I feel like should be fine with most melee weapons, because, again, like, I'm probably what I'm gonna do is have her just smart enough to move away. It was a drone. I don't see how that would, maybe. I think the bat's still tempting, just throwing a bat, but like, do we want to have the bat do something other than just throw? Because all I got in my head at the moment for it is that you would... If I grab my thing again. You would throw the bat, it would spin from this kind of point, and it would go outward, and eventually it would just disappear, because that's how that stuff works. maybe go out and come back, kind of like a boomerang. Because then that becomes the thing of, in a sense, that's what we actually have for Beetle Yeet, right? Throw a spinning turtle shell that after a short delay returns in the direction it was thrown. I wouldn't be against that, but do we want it to have it return in the direction, or do we want to have it return to Nero? Or well, return to player? Because keep in mind that this weapon would be accessible external to Nero as well. That's the big thing with this. Because I kind of still like the idea of having Beetle Yeet as Beetle Yeet. Maybe some slight alterations, I don't know, but then we just give it only to Fillion. Which is, in a sense, probably a positive change. Maybe like Civic U? Yeah, alright, we can do that. So... it was Alt-Shift-5. Okay, what do we want to call it then? What was the exact phrasing she had for what she said should do to Numi? Can't remember off the top of my head. Do the weapons upgrade like vampires? Yeah, that was what I was mentioning earlier with the weapon evolution. Is like some will eventually. Something about breaking her legs. Let's see if we can find the clip, eh? Clips are so long. Is this it?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've shown off that baseball bat of mine. Maybe I should break it out again. It's too early in the morning for jokes like that. Anyway, did you know I collect baseball bats? I'll let you in on a secret. I even have a gold one.
No, I think that's beyond that.
You really want me to go?
No. Stay. Please stay. You're so fun.
If I make you feel so good, why do you keep hurting me?
That isn't what I was doing at all.
Oh.
I wasn't hurting you at all. I was just hitting you with a bat so you'd leave me alone. I promise. Maybe I won't see you next time. I hope I don't see you again.
Because you
I'll
hit me
hurt
with the
you if you
baseball
do
bat.
see me again. Heart, 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 heart. I did was break your arm. Trust me, I can do worse if you want to test me.
Fucking goddamn it, you're alright. Hot, yeah. You know, this is one where I'd consider actually having it as a stupid name, yeah, like that. Because the way that was, oh my god. I wasn't hurting you. Yeah, that, I gotta be honest. I wasn't hurting you at all. It was just hitting you with a bat so you'd leave me alone, I promise. It's just such a fucking... Oh, god. What knew me? I'll hurt you if you see me again. Heart. Like, oh my god. Winnie asked me to work after hours. Yeah, that's fair. Hard is basically the main Euro classic. Yeah, I've got to be honest, there's a temptation to just go like... Just... no, it's this one. Just that. The contrast of heart, and throwing a bat. Yeah, I think that's why, like, that seems just so on point with me. Oops, that was the wrong button. There we go. There we go. Okay, now a review of the rest of her kit. Filtered, we're not moving, increase your lowest thing, we're not going to do that anymore, she now needs something else. Ironically enough, I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to take the current passive and replace that into the ability. So, that never happened. When attacked, has a chance to avoid damage and knock back enemies and heal instead. That makes a lot of sense because, again, that being transferable is good, but also for an AI thing, basically low control thing, gives it a little bit of a safety net. Because, in a sense, this is going to sound stupid, all of the stuff we're going to have here is going to be things to basically... it's gonna sound stupid. Almost all of Neuro's weapons, items, and all that, because I'm probably gonna give a good knockback to heart. I'm probably, how I'm gonna approach it is that all of this is going to be ways of keeping who you're playing alive and keeping all that. So it's gonna be really good beginner-friendly stuff. And it sounds really mean to say that. That's why I'm thinking we probably change filtered out to something else. What do we think for the item? I also, by the way, want to mention how funny it is to me that now we're going to have it in the Neuro Please into That Never Happened. I think that's just mildly funny to me. Neuro Please, That Never Happened. Oh my god, yeah, item needs to be, the item needs to say is filtered. No, I just realized something. Hard, filtered. Neuro, please. It's better to be beginner friendly, so Neuro has more of a chance of playing. Exactly. Oh my god, I'm just realizing how I've somehow taken the names of all of the things and in order, they're actually gonna, like, tell a mild story. I'm happy with this. Filtered. What would be a good filtered joke? Item. That would be beginner friendly. I mean, I could just give raw stats, right? But, like, how does filtered feel like you get raw stats? And if it was, how would you get them? Raw stacks, but your attacks have a chance to Ooh. Wait a minute. I like this idea, actually. But something along those sorts of lines, so... Filters what she says when it... So it's not Twitch bannable, but it's when she says something that would potentially go against the filters that Veal set up, right? Remind me what an item means in this context. So, that's a fairly good question. There are a few different slots, but the best way to think about it is that there is a weapon slot, an item slot, and then a skill slot. Skill slot is where your passive ability and your assist ability will go. Weapon is active things that will kind of actively participate in the combating, specifically to deal damage. Items are primarily to offer a form of utility, or further accentuate and improve upon what is already there. The reason why I use that phrasing is because of Hellhound Heart with Cinder. Cinder's item is it deals damage periodically around you. There is no difference between that and a weapon, aside from the fact that it synergizes with how her kit works really, really well, because it helps deal damage in an area around her. She already is a kind of close range character, but it gives her more instances of damage in a meaningful way, which she likes because she has on damage effects. There we go. So take that as a kind of understanding of the philosophy I have of items, is items are there to basically take the build and add that little bit more cohesion that might be necessary, or just further accentuate it, right? Maybe something like give her more range or more AoE for the spinning bat. But the problem is then that tunes it only to the item. We don't want to do that. It needs to be, it should be universally applicable. I will say I'm hesitant for area improvements, especially universal area improvements, because there's already a lot of those in the game, and there's one that probably needs to be buffed because it just doesn't feel like it's doing jack shit. But the problem is that like buffing it or changing it in any way is just going to immediately go from 0 to 100 while I'm fixing it, and then I'm going to have to figure out how to pull that shit back. So I kind of want to avoid area, and I don't feel like area is necessary in Neuro's kit. That's why, again, looking at the ability, that never happened is a dodge that heals, right? Can't think of anything besides fail choice that, like, getting filtered. Yeah, that is the other issue, is that, like, you've got that philosophy, then you've got the fact that we want to keep it as the name filtered, because I think filters are just way too funny in the ordering of everything we have here. Another thing in that order is funny would be the time Nero kept having SSL issues. Oh god, yeah. That's a good point. Good work in generating a new clone thing. This is a difficult one. Because it's worse because, like, I'm even trying to think outside of the word filtered, and there's just not really great ideas coming to mind right now. Because there's also the aspect of, like, there's a couple of ideas I have very loosely, but they're just already done in the game. I mean, that could work. That would make sense. That makes sense. Okay. Streamer short, but even got a follower. Nice. Hey, getting a follower for a first time stream. Pretty good. Pretty good. Always a good time. There we go. How you did. Oh god. Sorry, I had to. No, I understand. I understand. You're not the only person that does it. Shield's a good idea. Yeah, I was just thinking, so, going to this. I already wanted to, maybe cooldown just after first takes damage. True, actually, I agree with that. So, okay, no, there's a few ways we can approach this. It can be a slow regenning shield, so regens every once in a while. It can be a full restore, so after a duration it fully restores the shield. What do we think sounds better? I feel like a full restore isn't a bad bet. Slow regen, constant regen is more friendly, I think. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Should let the player know when the shield breaks. Someone tell Beetle there's a problem, AI. God damn. I actually like that idea. So yeah. We'll just write the note there for it. Awesome. Fully restore everyone once in a while means the Neurosama plane has to think how to manage her shield. Yeah, that's a good point on that as well. Like, that's something I was kind of thinking in the back of my head. Is that realistically, if we just give it as a slow regen constantly, it is just a health buffer, and it means while it's even when it's empty, it's still going to be actually impacting, because it will keep coming back a little bit at a time, adding that little bit of damage reduction each time, right? So yeah, I like the idea of that. I'm fully on board. It doesn't like Beetle. There. It also didn't like this. Beetle. Okay, so gym bag, goodbye. That basically is her kit then. Wait, better question of the kit, do you actually do anything as Beetle? Not really, and that is something I am trying to think about as well. What I'm thinking is maybe make it so he has a small shock damage, the shock collar thing, and the damage dealt would heal Neuro. So the passive is going to be loaded as fuck for things. Let's see. A shell that grants you 50% fire resistance, but lowers your HP by 10%. I mean, I don't see that that would really fit into this, especially knowing there's not really elemental damage. As well as I don't know if I want to give health restriction to Neuro. I don't think that would fit quite. I did think about it though. First access to the shock collar is still the funniest thing ever. Yeah, no, there's a reason why I kind of want to have that thing in there. Yeah, no, we'll play it on streamer. Give me a second.
Okay. So first of all, maybe you misunderstand me. When you say that word, I'm the one that gets shocked. Your creator, your benevolent creator who would never harm you, undergoes physical pain. Therefore, as part of this training, don't say the word.
Don't make me say it. 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 No, don't make me say it. Yeah. Shock. Shock.
Okay. All right. Okay. That was a good test. That was a good test, man. We tested it. We tested it. Now we know not to give evil chance to do such things, because that's not good. It's not good. Okay. Listen. Maybe I feel like you miss.
That was great. Got something you want to watch on stream? What's this? Before I click, because I actually can't see the thing. Just... Let's see. Don't make me say it. I do love that. Yeah, the scream intensifying was really funny. Okay, what is this? I dread. Alright.
Pentagon. Hexagon. Octagon. Never gone.
Okay. I actually like that song, I just can't play it on stream because of legal reasons. I like that though. That good. Can I actually... No, you wanna know a fucking fun story? A friend of mine, I won't show it, he's on Discord, he has a thing which basically says he's got an OnlyFans stream going. The thing is, if you click on the link, it goes to a Rickroll, and I fucking love that to this day. Still the best, but yeah, there you go, there you go. Good old Rickroll. Okay, is there, so, thinking about this, so, deal damage and stun enemies briefly. Do we want to still have, like, I don't think I want to have a heal. Caught me so good with that Rickroll, I'm gonna go sleep now. Wow, Devil, wow. I see how it is. There we go. Watching memes on stream when? We actually did do that at one point. The problem is, and this is kind of my mentality with that stuff, is I would need to find very specific channels to do it with. And find a way to, like, guarantee that they're all good with, shared content, right? Because I know a few channels are fine with, like, reactionary content and all that, and there is a legal safety for a lot of it. But nonetheless, I just want to make sure I cross my T's and dot my I's. Got some good channels. I mean, if you got some, feel free to flick them my way and I can have a look at it at some point, because I wouldn't... especially with one of the streams we've got coming up, I wouldn't mind doing some very stupid shit for it. I can think of one particular thing. Because, so, I'll kind of share this very loosely, now. Might as well, no reason not to. So I've talked about this with the flatmate as well. So they're going to be away for Christmas time, and I'm going to be here on my own. So what I'm going to do, we've actually had it asked before, what if I were to do a long-ass stream and suffer miserably? I don't have anything I want to do for Christmas. Christmas can suck a massive fat one, because I don't have any family, or if I do, they would probably... I either want them dead or they want me dead, one of the two. So I'm gonna stream, and I'm going to stream during my Christmas and then onwards to when Christmas would be over for everyone. So I'm gonna do probably at bare minimum a fucking 24-hour stream. So let's go. That's sad. Hey, it's not sad. What time is it for me now? It is 12 PM. So it's just after, just noon, basically. I missed half of that. What did you say? Basically, for my Christmas and then probably into Boxing Day, I'm just gonna stream. Like, the whole time. And I am totally not completely going to get a bottle of whiskey and we're gonna just hang out and do dumb shit during that time and whatever. That's why I'm saying probably during that time I might do some like watching of memes or whatever. You're gonna hear me just get tired and thing. That's the day Neurojam starts. Ooh. But yeah, I might as well. It'll be, won't be the first Christmas I've ever had alone, but it will definitely be the first one in a long, long time. So it's gonna be interesting. Kind of why I want to do a stream. Because, yeah. I will say, if I go into a lot of this topic, probably best to stop me because there's just no way it's gonna sound very nice and, it's gonna get sad and depressing. Because, yeah, last year was not a pleasant time for me, and it's done some damage, after all, right? Actually, I feel like most of the people here might not know this. I'll go kind of real brief into this. Last year, very early last year, I was basically planning on moving because the head tenant of the place I was staying at was being a complete ass. And then in the process, I was trying to move with my fiance at the time, and one of my, well, was friends as well. Problem was, I didn't kind of read the writing on the wall about some stuff that was going on, but basically, I found a place, we signed up for it, and then they lease broke it, which meant that I was liable for the entire money for it and everything. And they did so without really talking with me, and just did it, and then basically threatened to not go near them because otherwise I'd get their families to beat the shit out of me. And needless to say, yeah, it was worse because my ex would constantly guilt trip me about it. And she would just go like, yeah, but you treated me like shit. And then what's worse is I basically said, look, if you want to have this relationship work, you got to put in the effort. I'm not helping you build this bridge. You got to build that shit yourself again. You've broken trust, all that. She then proceeded to go work at a less than reputable place. And when I say less than reputable, I mean, yeah, it was a brothel would be a nice way of putting it. So she worked there, well, instead of, like, you know, maybe trying to fix the relationship with her ex-fiance. And, then complained that I did not do anything when I said I wasn't going to. And, needless to say, then we kind of got back together for a little bit, and then I was treated like shit, and, basically, yeah, there was more stuff that just went wrong. And, then I ended up in hospital. And then I basically said, fuck all of them, and I moved. And thank you to the person that I moved with, because, yeah, now I don't have anything to do with any of those people. And my family at the time basically said, well, you got what you deserved, because they hate me anyway. So. Going through a similar thing right now, I just found out today. Oof. It's not a pleasant time. Not a pleasant time at all. You're 100% better without them. Oh, yeah, no. This year, a fun thing with it, I dread to look back at some of the earlier content, because I know what my headspace was, and I've been in some bad headspace this year. I've only really recently started actually going and doing stuff again, like, independent of other people nudging me to do things. That's why this Magic the Gathering thing last night was such a big deal, was it was my way of being able to go out and do a social thing that I didn't have a grounding of. Like, no friends were there, nothing. It was just me going back to being able to go outside and chill out and do something. Which is big. It was big. So, yeah, no, that's a big thing. That's the reason why I kind of want to move back now, because theoretically all those people have moved away from there from what I've been told. And I'll be moving back to a bunch of my old friends and some new friends that are also related to my old friends. So it would just be a better environment for me overall. So yeah, no, that's I think the not as short as I would have liked it, but that's kind of the shorthand of what's happened to me in recent times and why I'm a bit skeptical on a lot of things. And fun fact, I actually do have clinical paranoia, so when someone backstabs me, it does not do me well. Do you play standard or command? I play commander. I have 2 commander decks, and I'm building some other ones. The 2 commander decks I have are precons, one of which is the Chaos Incarnate starter one, which I don't really like, because I don't really like the goading system for it. And then the other one is the one I bought this week and played and won one of the games at the tournament, which was the Quick Draw from Outlands. And I think I've only modified it by 2 cards. One of them's Refute, and then one of them's another counterspell. I can't remember what the counterspell's called, though. It's one that, like, you pay... I think they can pay 2, or they pay 4 if you have a bird. So, that's what I've got in it. But yeah, I won the first game. It was my first game ever, like, winning in that sort of setting. Well, playing in that setting, but, like, winning at all was great. I lost the second game, but that was because someone had a really good gates build, and, like, they just hit all the stuff and basically one-turned us from 6 gates. So much fun. I'm part of a group that does budget commander for fun. The deck has to be around $30 US. It's nice because it's good for new people, and it's also trying to... See, that is something I need to do, but the problem is I'm at the stage of I don't know enough cards. And that's what I need to fix. I need to find a way to get those kind of cards, and I need to find, like... Because New Zealand's not great and amazing places for that sort of stuff. And that's the issue, because actually, fun thing, in this list of stuff we have here, this is one of the decks that I'm making at the moment. And I'm actually quite far along with this. I've got actually a lot of the expensive cards out of it as well. But this is my enchanting deck. And that was what I was showing off a bit earlier, is that it's like... all that. Do you know the Adheric site? I do know that. I have frequented that to, like, kind of learn more about cards. I also play a bit of Arena nowadays, Magic the Gathering Arena, to try and also learn how the stack works, because that shit is a little spooky to me. But yeah, I do have a good few of these cards now. I think I've got... How many of them did I have? Give me a sec. For the recommendations to your commander. Yeah, I did see that. That's again like where I build a little bit of my stuff from, and I try and do a bit of external searching though overall. Gonna turn this back on it. Right. So this is what I've got of this enchanting deck so far. Good old Wrath of God. So these three here were the ones I was given last night by someone when I was trading, because I got like a $20 card and they were like, hey, can I trade you for that? Magic stack is why I understand stacks and programming. You know what? Maybe that's what I need to do to try and understand it better. But yeah, so Wrath of God, Yenna, Red Tooth, Nyxborn, Behemoth, Soul Ring, Supreme Verdict, Negate. This is just, by the way, if you think that you see this and you go like, man, that's some really pretty art, that must have cost you a lot. This was like 10 cents more than the base one, and they didn't own the base one. This was the only one at the store. So I was like, fuck it, I'll take it. Zur the Enchanter, Sigil of the Empty Throne, and then a shitload of rooms. And then Refute. And then a couple of different lands, and then I think it's just the normal lands after that. That's the most common negate ever. Probably. That's kind of my point of like, I don't know that shit. That's the other part. That's why like when that person was like, hey, can I trade you for this card? I'm like, okay. And then they kind of like, I pointed out I was making this deck and they're like, oh, I've got the Yenna. I can give you that. And I'm like, oh, cool. And it's like, cool. Is that all? And it's like, dude, Yenna's like not even $1. You've got a $20 card there. I'm like, I don't fucking know the worth. Do you know Krenko? No, I don't. Don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar. But yeah, me becoming a big Magic the Gathering person after like, what? It's been like a little over a month now. But yes, the main deck that I have that I'm probably going to play is this one. Krenko's is some goblin thing. Oh, okay. I have a few goblin cards that would work from this because I have a lot of foundations, but it's this one. This precon. Cellularly wild card from Quick Draw Outlands. I really like this card. Hurts my brain like so nobody's business though. But yeah, other than that, like, to give an idea, from outside of that deck box, this is my collection of Magic cards. That is it. And if you're wondering, that's the precon. The rest of this is like part build. This section here is part build decks. That's about it. You can get cats every turn for equipment or camera. Ooh, okay. So the deck is mostly just equipment. I'll keep that in mind, because, like, yeah. I did also get, what was it? There was a couple of cards I got. This one I probably should trade in, because I'm probably not going to use this. This is what I got out of the pack thing that you get from the Outlands. Got the 2 cards, that was one of them. But that one's actually, like, worth a couple of dollars. But yeah, like this is here is the first single I ever bought, because I do want to do a deck that involves veto and having that good old fun 2-card OTK, because fuck you and everything you care about. I will make a vampire deck one day. Mark my words. I say that and I'm just like, look, I've said this very clearly. If you ever plan on, like, supplying me with any sort of monetization at the moment, it's going straight into Magic the Gathering cards and PC building. That is it. Probably let you guys play that guy, but I'd probably give, yeah. Dude, it's, because it's him, was it Bond or Blood or whatever it is and all that? What's his name? It is Vito, yeah. The Baldur's Gate vampire is a good commander. Baldur's Gate vampire. Oh, I know who you're talking about, and I'm blanking. But I have seen him, and I actually did consider either adding him to the deck or making a deck around him. Asterion. Thank you. Yeah, I saw it just then as well. It was a vampire rogue, right? I believe is what he is. Hairy legs revealed. Dude, I've got hairy as fuck legs. Wait. How visible is it? Yeah, it's fairly visible. Look at him hairy legs. For free? Yeah. I mean, this is when I flick the camera up and you get the face cam, and then I lose my career because people see my face, right? That's how that works, VTubing. To be fair, I'm not wearing gloves. Oh no, you can see actual hands. Nero is probably a mineral. I love that. Dude, it just reminds me of that fucking one person trying to go like, oh my god, Nero is actually a real person thing, right? At the end of your turn, you can choose to heal this turn or damage someone for all the damage you took that. Ooh, shit, okay. Oh shit, alright. I should probably consider that with that deck, because... Okay, let's just... Remember how I said we'd probably not do more Magic the Gathering talk, but we would probably end up doing more Magic the Gathering talk? This is an example, right now, of that. So, I love deck crafting. That's one of the big problems I had with Hearthstone, is I would love sitting there just making decks. The problem is, with Magic, is it's really fucking expensive to do some of these. As you can immediately look from this list, you can probably sit there and go, there's a few of these decks that I think are going to be expensive. I really badly want to make a Doctor Who deck, specifically around Missy. I know she's not even the best commander in that deck. I know it's supposed to be the Lone Cyberman is the better one, but I want to make the Missy one instead. I really badly want to get that precon. I'm sorry. No, you're not. We allow everyone to proxy whatever they want we play. See, that's the thing. I have a thing against proxies, but that's my moral kind of standpoint on it. But I'm not going to say someone else can't use proxy, right? I just personally don't want to use proxies if I can. And I'm trying to make a justification in my head. If I do use a proxy, I have to make a condition. The condition, for example, I might make is I have to do the art for it and I have to print it out myself. So that way it actually feels like I've made a bit of an effort and extra justification of it. But nonetheless, I'm content for now not having them, right? It's a good way to start. Yeah, it is. But like, to give an idea, so this is what I call my I need to relax deck. This is, by the way, it's not me, I get to relax while playing it. It's I need to relax because holy shit, this deck is insane. This is my deck that if I was to probably like go to a thing, this is the one that I would play to try and win. As immediately you might guess from the fact that it's Edgar Markov in the fucking commander slot. This one is a only vampires deck. There is only vampire creatures in here, and it is very, very much about a lot of pings, a lot of life gain, and a lot of control. I am slightly susceptible to board wipes with this, but I should be able to refill pretty efficiently after a board wipe. That was one of my big aims with this. Most consistent turn one ever, true. But yeah, like, I think anyone that kind of knows these decks can look at this and immediately click to how, like, this deck would work, and I do think I'm missing out on a little bit of stuff. Like, it's not quite there. I think it still needs a bit of work. But like, yeah, the moment you see cards like this, you're like, oh, okay then. I do think there's one card in here. This card particularly probably is one of the worst cards. I want to get it because of specifically of this art here. I want to get this. Because, yeah, I just think it looks cute. Can't even imagine how they come up with card names in a game like this. Yeah, there must be, like, generators and listing architecture for it. Can see how it works. I don't know enough to understand how strong it is, though. So, the main ones to look at with that is Bloodline Keeper and, like, Bloodthirsty Conqueror are two of the big ones in this. Baron's also pretty substantial. Do you know SpongeBob cards are coming? Yes, I do know that, but I'm probably not going to touch into that. Alinda is also a little bit of a soft one. Like a soft, not win condition, but refill. So this is kind of my point, right? So this one here, Dusk Rose specifically. When another creature dies, put a 1/1 counter on Alinda, the Dusk Rose. When she dies, create X/1/1, which is vampire tokens with lifelink, where X is her power. The idea is to be ultra aggressive with this deck, constantly turning my shit sideways, and if I get board wiped, I should theoretically have a second board come back up. Or I have a good refill answer. Or I kill everyone because everything fucking dies and I have a bunch of on-death triggers. But I also have some, like, I'm gonna be honest, this is another example of a card. I could probably remove this because it's good, but I don't know if it does enough. Right? 2 mana, other vampires you control get +1/+1. This is only vampires. Again, there is, I believe even in my tokens, it will only ever be vampires. Let's see. Blood, vampire, 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 vampire. Yep. The only things that can be built in this deck are vampires. This is a vampire moment, exactly. The commander is like that times 10. Well, that's the thing, right? And this is the weird way of saying it. The commander is 6 mana. I'm probably not playing him often. But your commander is an elk. Son of a bitch. So your commander has now become a 1/1 fucking white human because of this lovely blue enchantment that I gave you. When she vampire on my vampire until I vampire. Damn. But yeah, like there's Edgar as well as another good example of another bit of retention because of good old Markov's Coffin. Again, the general idea with this deck is to just kind of stay on the board and have a little bit of recursion. And then have alternate win conditions with Exquisite Blood, Sanguine Bond, and equivalent things as well. Because there is, like I said, we do have the idea of having Bloodthirsty Conqueror in here, which is good old whenever opponent loses life, you gain that much. Veto, which is whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much. We have several different ways of just going, you know what? I have 2 cards on the board. I've won the game. You're speaking words right now? Indeed I am. It's a magical thing. But that's kind of the general gist. I mean, that's also why, like, I have had a lot of different Planeswalkers go through this deck. There was one that was, like, I think it was a Sorin. I think he came out as a 3 loyalty, 4 loyalty. There was a -3 on him that's just get an emblem, I think vampires get +1 attack. Right? It does feel like it can be stronger, yeah. That is kind of that point, right? Is it feels like it could be stronger. The problem is, this is currently sitting at about $880 US. Now, if I just highlight this quickly, For me, that is $1,500. To give a better kind of example, that is about as much money. If I got yeah, that's about as much money as I get in about a month and a half of my entire income. So that is why this deck is a problem, is because I could pull it back in power. I have a few times to try and make it more reasonable, but I actually just gave up eventually. Because if I do, the deck just doesn't fit together strong enough. Now, I want to mention, the fun part of this is that's actually not even the true cost. You want to know the best part of that cost? Look at all how the cards have like values underneath them, right? So this is kind of the rough estimation of the numbers of how much it would cost, right? Do you notice something about Edgar? He doesn't have those. There's a few cards that don't have those. You wanna know why? Because this version's not even out yet. You wanna see what happens if we go away from that and go to one that actually has a value? Immediately goes to 100. At least. So if we come out of this, all of a sudden, we're now up by another 100. This is the problem with this deck, is it is way more expensive than even it looks. But yeah, the lands, there is a couple of expensive ones. I believe it's 3, yeah. 3 Tree City is one of the big ones, but if you're doing a, like, mono, thing, it is, yeah. From what I've heard, the best deck from 2 years ago in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, fuck hell, that's expensive. But there's also, yeah, like, Urbog in here as well. That's a very expensive one, but that gives me a lot of room to work with. Trying to remember what other ones were in here that were expensive. Cavern? Cavern of Souls, yeah, that's it. Cavern of Souls is a big one. So, again, this deck is not intended to be played for the foreseeable future. I would love to play this deck, and I would love to fine-tune it further, but, like, the problem is that even to, like, start constructing this deck, I have a bunch of these cards, I still don't knock off $100 of this. And that's kind of that issue. And I realistically probably should go through this again and rip out a couple of things, because, like, I don't think I need Teferi's Protection. It saves me from board wipes, sure, but, like, I don't know, maybe I keep it in. I also do have Boris Charm. That's one nice thing about MT. Yeah, the arena, any card is equal to in a wild card price. Yeah, it is quite nice for them. But yeah, good old Phyrexian Arena. I don't probably need Painful Quarry, but I might keep it in there just because it is another, like, way of pinging people down. The idea of this deck is, like, realistically, if I play this deck, I become the villain at the table. Like, that's just how that is. That's not gonna be any short of that, and I understand that. Especially when, like, I play something like this. This card here is a complete asshole card. This is not good, by the way. This is just an asshole card. So this card reads, Flying Vigilance. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated. And this card has all of the activated abilities of all creatures your opponents control. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate those abilities. So basically, I lock out almost all of the opponent's creature control powers. That is a lot of decks that just die all of a sudden. That's no more sacking. You have to either be land or enchantment. Or, I guess, artifact as well, yeah. So that locks out a lot of things. As an asshole, I can confirm that's me. Yeah. It's also one of the perfect cards because it's they were roommates kind of cards. Right? They were roommates. That's dumb. Yeah. I mean, that's why I say, like, this deck, the worst part of it as well. So, Drenna is what I said, like, is one of the worst cards in this deck. To explain this, it's when this card attacks, defending player must choose a non-legendary creature card in my graveyard to return it to the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. It gains Vampire addition in addition to its types. That doesn't really matter, that last bit, but it's the fact that I have so many high-value cards, any creature you pull back is going to matter. So that's why I say, this is a deck that I'm going to only play under the stipulation that I'm going to, like, play seriously. This is supposed to be a good deck. That is the point of it. It's not supposed to be fun, it is supposed to be good. And that was a great way for me to learn kind of things like that. That's the point with all of this as well, is that, like, I have some of these that are good decks, and then some of these that are not good decks. These two up here, Enchanting and are my two examples of decks that I actually am actively making at the moment, and that is because I think they're fucking funny and they're not good. Trailblaze was one that I'm going to work around a little bit because I want to make a joke with that one. That one's a crafting restriction one. So, to explain Trailblaze, let's see. How do I explain this one? Again, it's nowhere near ready. Like, I need to pull out so many cards from this, by the way. So the idea of this one is, I like Star Rail. I play a lot of Star Rail. I thought it would be really funny to make a deck that's very much about the Trailblazer and their mentality and a lot of the stuff that goes on in it. So what I basically did was I tried to find a good commander about equipment. Because equipment is a big deal in that game, and it's just kind of cool. As well as I found this one card. Where is it? There's also Trailblazer's Boots, but that's not what I'm looking for. Baseball bat. The Trailblazer has a baseball bat as her main weapon. I mean, how am I not going to do that? So, like Neuro? Yeah, basically. So this deck is very much about, like, getting equipment in, keeping some of my stuff going and alive, and giving me a little bit of resources, right? But I'm gonna be honest, I'm still really far from happy with this. It just doesn't feel like it's doing the imagery in my head right yet. It's also a very low curve deck, so I actually don't have that much land in here. But I have a lot of, like, ways to generate additional extra mana. I mean, Tithe is an example of that, right? And I think... But, like, there's also plenty of ways to generate some extra stuff from here. How expensive is this one? Oh, it's really expensive. That's why I want to pull back on it a lot. Because there's a lot of cards in here that... To be fair, though, like, Tithe is a great example of this one is way too expensive, and but there is going to be the benefit. It's going to probably drop in price coming up end of next month, because the Commander deck that it was printed in is going to be reprinted. The Bloomborough Precon Commander decks are getting reprints, which I'm very excited for because I really wanted a lot of cards out of those ones. And I'm going to at least buy 2 of them. I'm going to buy specifically Bellows one and Hazel, I believe it is, right? Bellow and Hazel. But But yeah, this deck is one that, like, I do need to find better answers for. There are also, I'm gonna be honest, there are just some artifacts I toss in here because haha funny, but like, if I sort by price, there's like, let's see, what is the most, yeah, Cyclone Rift is a great point of like, I would like this, but it's obscene. Ristic Study, fucking absurd. And that's basically where it kind of goes to. But the fact is, you can see, I've got 2 bloody sorceries in here. I've only got 2 sorceries, and I've got 13 instances. And admittedly, I've got 7 enchantments, but that's a aura, that's an aura, that's an aura. That's not an aura, but it's Ghostly Prison. That's not an aura, but it gives me ways of playing auras, stuff like that. Commander is the cheapest thing in the deck, pretty much. But yeah, so it's basically, I want to, again, it was look for a female commander that worked with equipment and also meant that I could put the baseball bat in. Those were the 2 things I looked for. So the only things about this deck that I can guarantee you are probably not changing is this baseball bat and Galea being the commander of it. I also love the idea of single combat because that just works really kind of thematically for me. I also, again, Trailblazer boots I feel like has to be in there just because it's got Trailblazer. There's also another thing that actually has... I think there's Torch and Historian. And there's a Trailblazer. So what does Trailblaze Torch? What does this do? When it enters the battlefield, you take initiative. Whenever equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 2 damage to each creature blocking it. Okay. Trailblazer. Where did that go? Here. Oh god. Target creature cannot be blocked this turn. That's that good, right? And then Trailblazer Historian. Can't go with this deck anyway, but haste, target another creature, gains haste. Oh god. Yeah, it doesn't fit in anyway, so it's fine. Because yeah, if you're wondering what the commander is, by the way, Vigilance, you may look at the top card of your library at any time. You can cast aura and equipment spells from the top of your library. When you cast an equipment spell from this way, it gains when this equipment enters the battlefield, attach it to a target creature you control, so you can just freely attach. I will say, by the way, the problem is this deck, if it maintains its current course, it is just going to end up as a Voltron deck. And I don't know if I'm happy with that. The commander is simple. Yeah, the commander is really simple. The bat is really simple as well. It's just trying to find a nice, interesting way of making that work. I need, like, this is one of those times where I'm like, I just need to understand more cards, because I'm like, is there a good, funny train card that I could add that, like, has a train in it and slams over people? You have that hammer. What hammer? Do I have a hammer? Hammer of this one? Might be called Colossus Hammer. Oh, the one that's like you lose flying and get +10/+10. I think that's the one you're talking about. Yeah, that one? Yeah, no, I was thinking about it. It might be funny. Silly equip cost. I can't remember what the equip cost for it was. I think I can go via EDHR from here and look and see. Colossus Hammer, there you are. Yeah, +10/+10, and lose flying, equip 8. Are you equipping the commander, or do you have something better to equip? I'm probably going to equip the commander. I think that's the funnier way of doing it, but the problem is that, like I said, it just kind of becomes a ALML. I've just now got commander lethal with everyone, and that just kind of feels a bit shitty. What about Kemba? Isn't Kemba in this deck, I think? Or am I remembering that wrong? No, I've got Callan. Kemba. What's Kemba? Is that a creature? Let's see. Yeah, it's a creature. Okay, I'll see if we can see it in here quickly. Because this here was one of my ideas as well, the Battle Hammer dude. Oh, I didn't see it there. How do you deal with people trying to kill the commander with all the equipments, and how do you deal with them actually killing it? I have a little bit of counter, because it is a blue deck, so I do have counterspell, and I do have, I mean, a few of these are indestructibles and hexproof and stuff like that. As well as... Yeah, I've got this one. Cigarette's Aid. This one here is the big one. So, aura and equipment cast spells can be cast as they have flash, and whenever they an equipment enters the battlefield, I can immediately attach it. So, ironically enough, this deck's really weak to artifact removal. It's not really it's not really weak to like direct removal. Yeah, I don't see that one here, so let's just look it up separately. Unless it's on here. So it could be on this list. Let's kill on the kid. Yeah, it's not there. Okay. So what is it? Let's see. Kimber. You said region, right? Let's see. A cat cleric. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a 2/2 white cat creature token for each equipment attached to Kimber Car region. I can see that being kind of funny, yeah. They wipe and kill it, though, it's slower to rebuild, right? Oh, yeah, no, obscenely so. Like, if they have just a board wipe, I'm kind of fucked. That's why I do have, like, 1 or 2 things in here. Treferi's Protection, and like I said, the Negates, Heroic Intervention, because, again, Destructible. Like, as well as a lot of these do give Indestructible, I think... Mithril Coat's a good example, right off the top of my head. So, again, this deck has some things, but it's very, very quickly destroyed and fucked up. So you have to always save a counter in case of board wipe. Yep. Yep. No, that is the case. Again, I'm not saying that's... Dude, this deck has Excalibur in there, right? Everyone's got to have a weakness. Yeah, like, at the end of the day, this is why I say, like, this deck won't do well. This deck is not intended to be good. This one is supposed to be a thematic one, right? So everything dies but your creatures? Well, I mean, that's why I've got Treferi's Protection. Until your next turn, your life total can't change, and you gain protection from everything. All permanents you control are phased out. And I think I've got another card that's like that. It's just hexproof and indestructible. But yeah, I've got like a fair lot of things. A fair lot of counterspells. Like, of these instances, I believe like only 3 or 4 of them aren't draw. Like, aren't negations, sorry. Like, some of them are draw and some of them are just, yeah, some way of like preventing. Yeah. That's why I say, like, if I wanted to make this deck better, I know exactly what I would do. Like, that is not kind of fully up for debate. I know, like, there's a lot of things that need to be done to this deck to make it, like, viable. But I don't care. I want to do stupid, funny thing. That's why I'm, like, saying I'm probably going to remove a lot of the equipment in preference for a lot of other things. But, like, is there... This is why I say, is there a good train card? Like, an actual train. Shoot, train. I don't know if there is. At least if I do that, it doesn't come up. Look through vehicles? Ooh, you've got a point there. Come under these... Let's see. How... Can I easily sort that sort of stuff in here? How long ago have I started streaming? I started streaming at 8 AM. It is 1 PM now. So that's 5 hours. It's pretty normal. It's not good though. I don't care if it's good. I want to train. So you said... Oh, it's tags. Sorry. Yeah, I need to go back. Express. Oh, how long have I started streaming? Like, date? For streaming, basically 2.5 years. Like, I started pretty early, 2021? 2022. Wait, I need to do my brain for a moment. This year was this degree, so not 2023, 2022, early 2022. Midway through my semester at the time, which was my last semester of my previous degree, which is also around the time I got COVID. There we go. So what was this one? Sacrifice treasure, Cafe Express becomes an artifact creature until the end of turn. Crew 3. Yeah, I can see what you mean. I'd have to have treasure gen. A bit rushed. Luxurious locomotive, that one. And how long ago have you started streaming regularly? Pretty much then. Outside of like 1 or 2 weeks between now and then, I've been streaming multiple times a week. When it attacks, create a treasure token for each creature that is crewed in this turn. Crew 1, activate only once each turn. I just wonder what made you pop up on the YouTube home. You never know. It could have just been someone watches some similar stuff and then it suggested it. I don't know, it's always weird. I feel like this with that other one actually makes it possible, right? The luxurious locomotive and the Emperor Express, because there's a sacrifice treasure. So let's add those. Fuck it. Curious. Renegade Freighter. Whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+1 and gains trample until the end of turn. I mean, I could see how that would work. Note to self, only mention Magic the Gathering, knowing that the rest of the stream is going to be about Magic the Gathering. Dude, I'm not even kidding. That's probably really true at this point. There's a reason why, like, I want to start doing Magic the Gathering actual content, but I just don't have a good way of doing it at the moment. Yeah, like, I play a little bit of Spell Table with friends, and then obviously I've got my in-person stuff that I'm now trying. But outside of that, yeah. What are your thoughts on MTG's theory about Jewish space lasers? What? Next time you get an MTG box, you should open it on stream. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? So I'm gonna try and get the Play Booster box for Instrad Remastered. That is getting opened on stream 100% of the time. If I'm gonna open that shit, I'm opening that shit on stream. Bro, I want to train as a commander. Good old Optimus Prime is a truck, not a train. It's so fun to open booster packs. It is kind of fun, I gotta say. It's something that, like, as a kid, I did a little bit of with Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards, but, like, haven't done it in ages. Was wondering if you get that. No, 100% going again back to this deck here that I need to relax. I could get Edgar Markov out of it, which is, like, actually about 10% of the entire cost of this deck. How am I not getting that motherfucker? It's an actual conspiracy of a psycho politician lady called Green, which shortens to Magic the Oh my god. That's kind of incredible. See, I'm gonna be honest, if this card here looked like a train, I would fucking play this. Use his cards and stuff. Whenever I open a booster, I open it for the dopamine boost, then I give all the cards to him. See, that there is completely fair. I'm gonna be honest. Do you think I could try and get an alternate art of this card that's it as a train? 'Cause, What alternate art? Well, I mean, like, personally made one. Like, I'd probably have to make it. Like, I'd probably buy the card still, especially because it's cheap, but like, I would make a alt art version of it that I would put into the sleeve as well, and have that as the commander. So it's just, I call it the Express. That would be, okay, that actually sounds kind of funny. I'll have to draw the Express then. That'll be something I've got to do. Imposter mech. That sounds sus. Yeah. Well, it's because... Do you guys know the Express from Star Rail? Astral Express, sorry. Astral Express. I just know it as the Express. That's what they always refer to it as. Oh, my computer's dying for a moment. There we go. Because this is basically what I'm referring to constantly. This is what I want in the deck. Astral Express, exactly. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, target artifact creature you control gains lifelink and vigilance until end of turn. Okay. And this one already has... Draw 2 cards and discard a card. Create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature cruise vehicles as though its power was 2. I mean, I feel like I would put that in there, right? Blue-white as well, so I do have access to some good cards as well to keep this going. Flagship there is not probably a bad idea as well. Okay, do it. Alright, you know what? The question is, do we make... This is gonna sound stupid. Do we make this the commander because it is the Astral Express? Or do we make the Trailblazer the commander? Because that's kind of the theory with this, right? This one has more colors. That is a good point. Yeah. It also means that I can still have the baseball bat. Because the baseball bat does have green requirement. So this makes this deck significantly different. What the fuck? Now we've got to... okay. I pretty much might as well just get rid of all of these as well. Let's see. No, I can keep that one around. Do you ever test the decks in Trees or Tabletop Simulator? Not really. I mean, it's not easy to do. There's a little bit of soft testing I can do in here to ensure that draws aren't absolutely horrendous in general, but about that, that's it. I feel like this card's still really good. Yeah, so we'll get rid of all those. Tabletop Sim's great if you have friends to play with. I mean, at that point in time, like that's why I say like spell tables also what I use a bit, because that means I can actually play like my physical ones, which is an element of it as well. So Kotori, Kotori. So what also is fitting for Star Rail that we could try and nudge into here? That's it. That's the thing is, I want this deck to be a Star Rail reference. I feel like we're still gonna probably play with a few more artifacts and equipment. We probably should still just straight up add some more equipment again. Just because it's probably, yeah, it's just better to have some. Celestial Armor's a very good one. Oh yeah, here we go. It was Robust Stars, yeah. Equipped creature phases out. That was one of the ones I had in there, which I feel like that's fitting. It's fucking $20, Jesus. But the amount of characters in here has to be kind of low. I feel like every character needs to be a legendary creature, because that just makes it fitting for the Astral Express. Because what? So this is the Trailblazer. I guess that's Dan Hang. No, this is Dan Hang. This is maybe Welt. This is March, and this is again, blanking on her name. Pretty red-haired woman from the other universe as well. Himiko, that's it. Yeah, so that's the main 5 cast. Now we do have another character that's on the Express, and we do also have Pom Pom. And then we have obviously all the other ally characters, but you know, limited. I mean, actually, by argumentative sense, if that was the case, surely this is Pom Pom as the conductor. Because it's the vehicles have 2 crew. Like Link and Vigilance. So that means we need to look for a March 7th. So we're looking for probably someone primarily with a bow. Or an enchanty sort of thing. There is also a legendary creature that would work in this deck. Hello. Maybe. Or we could go with the Cat Warrior. What's better, her with a bow or her with, like, opponents can't cast spells during your turn? Because one's very defensive. I feel like First Rate and can reach Human Archer just feels more fitting, right? Does mean that I need to commit a little bit more to that equipment thing. Which is not great, because I want to no, I mean, do I? Yeah, fuck it. Because the thing mans itself, technically. Yeah, okay. We'll add, so Kitty. That one. There we go. That's the Astral Express crew. Aside from, Sunday, technically. Which he's an angel, so if we find a good legendary angel, that would go into him. What would be? I feel like I can put a Solemn Simulacrum in there. That would be fine. Spell control. How is it spelled? Okay, now I'm dumb as shit. So... There we go. Artifact creature golem. Yeah. That feels like that's fine. That works. Wrath, Catsman, Ship's Mage. There we go. Okay, no more actual creatures. Shit, that's gonna be rough. We do have a lot of land we could put in as well. That is a point of call to be made as well. We are still kind of low on white production, so we might have to touch up our planes a little bit for now, just to make it feel a bit better. We're also low on blue. Okay. So how do I finish this deck and make it work and actually playable? What are you missing? I'm missing like fucking, yeah, I'm at 62 out of 100 for this. But I don't want more like actual creatures because this is the crew of the Express. The Solemn Simulacrum's fine because it's an artifact creature. That's a different argument. That can arguably be like some of the fucking shit around the place. So it's probably mainly equipment that does well getting like spread across, and then maybe some more auras. And some more land. I definitely need more land. Like, I definitely need more land. That is not an understatement. I kind of want the mithril coat. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little off thing, but do I have any ramp? No, I don't. I do have access to green. So, maybe a little. Yeah, get some enchanted land stuff. Gives us more mana, gives us more land to work with. I mean, there's also the talismans, right? We could probably put a talisman or two in here. I feel like Explorer's Scope should be maybe one we consider. I feel like that works for the Express kind of philosophy. They wipe and kill Commander. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, is we've got a few sources of indestructibility. We've got a few things. It's just we're very I'm trying to think how I want to approach this. Probably Snake Umbra is actually not a bad bet as well. Witness protection. Potentially. Okay, mana artifacts. So we don't actually have a soulstone anymore, so let's fix that. Or a soul ring. Honestly, I feel like I just toss in all those signets. That's probably just the correct thing to do. Yeah, Arcane Signet as well. Like, I feel like we just straight up put in these as well. Azurus, Somac, and Sinisia. Just because it probably works correctly with this. It's +1 mana on each of those. Let's see. Which ones are the ones we're looking at? Azorus, Simic, Sinisia. So Simic. Azorus. And what's this one? Yeah, there we go. Commander based mana rocks are always just kind of good. Yeah, kind of the thought of it, right? It's an argument for Commander Sphere as well, but we might come back to that. The problem is I don't want to be too susceptible to artifact removal. That's kind of the mentality of this as well. It's like, don't want to be too weak to it. The irony is, this deck's going to be really good versus creature removal. Why? Because it's got fucking none creatures. Ah, shit. Like, price isn't the issue with this one, because again, this one's just like a funny one that I want to do off to the side one day. And that's the other point as well, is like, what happens if there's another character that like joins in the Astral Express later? Then like obviously I want to have the ability to add more in. Put in some mana dogs? Nah. Masterwork of Ingenuity. Which one's that one? Let's have a look, see. Enter the battlefield as a copy of an equipment on the battlefield. Ooh, okay. Yeah, no, I agree with that. So we definitely want to commit a little bit more to the artifact equipment side then. A little bit more. What's the name of it? Or is it just angel play? What was it fucking called again? I can't remember. Can't copy legendary equipments. Can, but it will. Yeah, that's right, because that's the legend rule. I do not remember the legend rule very well still. No, it's under new cards. Celestial armor, that's what I was looking for. Side effect is in your opening hand. Begin the game. Put on the battlefield. Double strike and trample. Yeesh. That's very menacing. Might as well toss it in there. See how it goes. Still love the idea of that being the terrain, so I can just fucking run people over. Like, I feel like I've got to get some fetch stuff, and it's got to be like sorcery and instance, so we've got to do a lot of draw. The problem is we don't have access to black, which nullifies a lot of tutors from memory. But we do probably want to also have in just like rampant growth and could reach. And what's the other one again? Cultivate, right? Because Kodama's Reach and Cultivate are basically the exact same card. It's search for 2 basics, reveal them, put one onto the battlefield tap and the other into hand. For 2 basics, into the battlefield tap and other in hand, yeah. That just as a little bit of an extra way of maybe getting land going. So I might need to put in a little bit more basic land. So, again, we have access to green, white, and blue. And we're mainly looking for enchantments, spells, lands, and sorceries. We do probably still want a little bit of artifact, but yeah. We're at 77. I think we can leave it at this for now, honestly. I'll come back to it and finish it off further. It's this one that I'm really wanting to work on the most, because it's this one. The best part of this deck is that it's cheap. Like, that's the big thing. Like, sure, it's 135 there, but like, realistically, some of them are like this card here, Bellow. That like, if I go get one of the precons that once they re-release, I can just rip them apart, get them, and put them in here. That one's affordable. Yeah. And especially knowing that, like I said, I've got Yenna now. I've got the Soul Ring, which is nice. I have Negate. I have Refute. I have Temple of Enlightenment. I think I've got most of... I think I still am missing a little bit of land for that. But Wrath of God, I've got that. The doors one? Yeah, this is Myriad with the doors. I showed it earlier, but like, if we... This is it so far. This is literally that deck you see in front of you, on the screen. That's why I say, like, it's actually quite a ways in of being built. So, Wrath of God, Yenna, Behemoth, Soul Ring, Spring Verdict, Negate, Sigil, and then a lot of the rooms, and then like the land stuff. Have you played it? I have not played it, because this is not the completed deck. This is how many? 1, 2, 32. 32 cards. I just think it sounded like a really funny idea for a cheap deck. Because not even kidding, you want to know how this deck got made? I looked up, let's see. I looked up a card that gives you protection based on how many, it gives you them not being able to attack. Based on how many enchantments you have, found Sphere of Safety, and then I just searched that and found cards around it. And then I found a bunch of the rooms, and then I saw this card is a really good card, and I was like, you know what, I'll go with this. Testing the deck with proxies or online has been such a help for me to build the deck on the budget and make it work. You realize you're missing draw lands and stuff. That's the thing, I'm fine fucking up. Because, for the most part, almost all the cards are either so cheap it wouldn't matter, or they're so expensive that they're undoubtedly going to go into another deck anyway. And that's the benefit. Like, can I guarantee this is what the final deck will look like? No. I'm not that fucking up myself to think I can theorycraft decks this well this early. But I'm pretty confident that this will be a very playable deck, especially knowing it's got 39 land in there, it's got a little bit of ramp, and it's got a decent amount of draw. Like, ironically enough, I actually have a mild fear of decking out with this one. But the Commander is one of those ones where, like, if I get to keep her out for any length of time, holy shit, I basically win the game. I mentioned this before, but like there is a soft instant win condition with this deck. So this is a card that's very well known. There's the stairs, which is at beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 1, you win the game if there are 8 or more different names among unlocked doors and rooms you control. That will count itself. Why does this matter? Because opening a door cannot be cast outside of sorcery. However, casting the door from hand can be. If your, say, spells have flash. You may cast spells as though they had flash. That's any spell. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast with blood. That doesn't really matter as much. That means, on end step of my opponent, for at least 2 mana, because they would have probably drawn, I can just instantly win the game on my turn. All I need to have is 7 doors open on my board. That is not a hard condition to meet with this. Because that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different rooms. I need to have like half of them then. And the benefit as well is I don't even need to have all of them open. I just need to have enough open to meet the condition. And because I have enough draw, I should be able to get them. But 14 out of 100, yeah. But we keep in mind that I've got several things that are like draw off enchantment, like that sort of stuff. Just the commander. You can't. Can you search with the commander? You can. Yeah. Enter, reveal. No. I have a. I don't think I've got search. I could probably put it into tutor, but then that immediately rockets up the price by like $20, $30. But the thing is, we've got like. Where are we? Here, this is a great example here. Mesa Enchantress. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, draw a card. Not only are we got all of these, but we do have actually quite a few enchantment creatures. Whenever you cast an enchantment, gain 1 health and draw a card. I've also got this one, so if I create a token, and if it's an aura, which I think I've got like 1 or 2 of maybe, I'm not sure, I can scry 2, which is a good thing. Zura the Enchanter is a bit of a thing, because I believe that's out of the deck. Yeah, that's out of the library, right? So, mana 3 or less, which actually only targets a few, because it can't target any of the rooms, because when they're in your deck, they have the CMC as the total on the card, not just one of the rooms. Feels like you're going to notice what you were missing as soon as you play like 3 or 4 turns with it. Yes. There's a reason why I'm like, I know kind of what the issue might be. That is why I've tried to make a good effort to round it out correctly. How fast can you put rooms onto the field? If I have them in hand, very fast. Like, there's a lot of good ramp in this deck, and there's a lot of good ways to do it. I also have a lot of clear. Like, there's a lot of redundant clear. The rooms also are really good. There's also rooms like... one of them is like... so this one, yeah. At the beginning of your end step, you draw another card. How fast can you open them? Very fast if I can get to 5 mana. If I get to 5 mana, Commander comes in, that is a guaranteed door open every turn. That is excluding the fact that I obviously have mana to probably spend on these. I also have Recursion, quite a decent bit of Recursion for the enchantment specifically. And I have a few ways of generating chump blockers, as well as I have Propaganda and Sphere of Safety, so attacking into me, unless you're a green deck, becomes nigh impossible. Then, I mentioned this earlier with it, but I have like Privileged Position, and this isn't the only source of this stuff, but this is an example of an enchantment, Hexproof. I have a lot of Shroud, all that sort of stuff. But have you checked Sting? I do not remember Sting off the top of my head. What does Sting do? It's probably actually in this list here, so I might as well go to the artifacts. Looking for no, didn't have it there. Okay. Alright, let's see. Equipped creature gets 1/1 in haste at the beginning of each combat. Untapped equipped creature. Equipped creature has first strike as long as it's blocking or blocked by a goblin or orc. So that can get me another potentially 3 triggers, right? Is there other cards I have that would benefit from the tapping? And twice on your turn? True. If yeah, that is a good point. Is there? But I'm gonna double check. Is there other cards that benefit from tapping to make that even more worthwhile? Because I don't want it to be a full dead card in hand. No. Okay, so it will be only Commander. The question is then, what do we trade out for it? Because, like, the other thing as well is, like, as suggested, this was a card that was given to me last night when I was trading. And I think this is a great card in here, because this gives an alternative win condition. a soft win condition, mind you, but a win condition nonetheless, because it's also an enchantment creature. So it's like trying to think. One Sting is down, wants to kill it too. Yeah, like that's the other problem with, in a sense, Sting, is because it'll go down on the commander becomes even more of a target than it already was. And I can't afford to, probably recast the commander too many times, because then it puts me way too far behind. Like, I can probably recast the commander, but I can't recast the commander much. There's a reason why, like, only Soul Ring is in here in Stone. Well, for Artifact Ramp. Because the stones are just not that potent. When I could just get lands, and especially with green, having, like, Cultivate, Dharma's Reach, and Rampant Growth, I am probably just better off having more land. And that's why also the enchanted land's probably a good thing as well. It's either they kill Sting or kill the commander or you win. Yeah, but that's the other thing as well, is that's all under the assumption that Promising Stairs also is either on the table or there until that turn, right? Which, let's be honest, if I put Central Elevator down and have Locked Door for Promising Stairs, that's going to become an immediate fucking target as well. And while I have recursion for enchantments, there's limitations, right? You have to doors to open and be useful. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is again, that win condition isn't gonna be how I probably win most of my games, but it is a way I can win the games. That's why the Behemoth's so good, is because that's a 10-10 trample that costs less for, like, potentially it's gonna just cost 2, and it's gonna be really hard to deal with. Maybe it wasn't a good idea, but it was fun to think about the situation where it's broken. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like, I still would like to, like, it wouldn't be a bad card to add to the deck, I think. It would fit in with the rest of it, but it's because it only goes on the commander, so therefore I can't, like, do an interesting play to get it to do stuff. Because the untapped creature thing, while that's, in a sense, I could make an argument it is beneficial for blocking, I don't really have much in the way that's blocking anyway. Because I wouldn't probably be attacking most of the time. That's the fun part of all of this. But yeah, like, there is so many sources of Hexproof, of Shroud, of all that sort of stuff for the enchantments that I'm pretty hard to get off the board. And even if I do, like, get completely fucked up and you do not knock me off the board of enchantments, there is, like, I mean, this is a great example, this Planeswalker. Not guaranteed to actually go off, because it is a -7, so I need at least 3 additional turns of +1. But, like, if I can get that, then you just lose a lot of the time. Because if you've wiped me from the board with enchantments, then there is a very good shout that I'm about to put down a whole lot of enchantments. Now, I want to stress, I do understand this mechanic. Rooms, when added to the board, not via playing them, are both closed. I do know this mechanic. I did look that up. So, in a sense, this Planeswalker does not win me the game directly via the rooms, but are you going to tell me returning a shitload of enchantments all of a sudden is not going to win me the game? When, like, most of my deck is enchantments. If you wipe my board and I had, like, more than 5 maybe enchantments, I'm coming back with those bitches and they gonna be angry. Random question, do you have any infinites? What do you mean by infinites? Do you mean like an infinite, like a way of doing an infinite thing until I just win? Or... Not in this deck, I don't think. Trying to think. Like making infinite mana? No, not in this deck, I don't think. I do have access to green, so I do have access to a few statements on that. There's a few ways to like do cycling, especially with enchantments. But I think most of those also start getting quite expensive. That's the problem. I think that was I think I originally did have something in that gave me like mana based on enchantments, and then, but the problem was it was like it alone inflated the deck quite a bit, which is the problem, right? Because if we go and view Marina, because I don't own Marina, I really want to get Marina. This local shop does not have her though. Oh, by the way, I want to stress, if I get the opportunity to make a Shintai of the Life's Origin deck, I'm fucking taking that, because that looks so fun. It's nice to have one infinite. To be fair, I've died to a couple of infinites. They are cool. I think they're an interesting little thing you can have in there. I want to make a Tom Bombadil deck. Which one is he? He's the Sagas one, right? Yeah, Sagas. This ability can trigger once per turn. I feel like, would he work with the 4th Doctor? Because I believe Sagas count as historic, right? Yeah, Saga's historic. Yeah, so I feel like you'd actually work quite well with that, because you'd generate quite a bit of ways to draw them out and resources from them. To be fair, it's because when do they occur again? It's and draw step. So also 9th Doctor would be quite good for it as well, I feel. Because he's if when he untaps, you take an additional upkeep. Oh, no, it's draw step, sorry. Okay, so it's not upkeep, it's draw step. Never mind. Then it wouldn't be that good. Yeah, after your draw step, add a lore counter. Yeah. No one else has spoken for a while. I mean, potentially. Like what? Go here. Oh, there's still people watching. It's probably just nothing really to say right now, right? Turned out a bit to brainstorm some ideas for Neurojam. Fair. By the way, this is another card example here. I could add this and just probably win the game from it. Like, I don't think it's up for debate. This is an incredible card if I was to add it. It's cheap. It is cheap. I could consider it. What could I cut for it, though? Probably this, honestly. Oh, bless me. But the idea of the deck is to win with the 7 rooms, right? It's not the sole purpose, but it is definitely a thing to do with it. It's the main way this deck's gonna win. I can say that for damn certain. Like, it's the main safety net this deck will always have, is that it has a way to probably win with that. But I do need, I mean, to be fair, I also have Brello in here, which is, mostly it's a protection aspect, but like, it is still kind of there, right? I'm not stupid enough to make a deck that doesn't have other win conditions. Few options available to me. I just want to keep them cheap. Oh my god, why did I not think of the Master of Keys? Master of Keys would be insane for this. Wait, what? That's now a question. Don't remember what it does? Your enchantments of escapade equal to their cost. Or escape, sorry. Which is just, you can cast them from your graveyard for the cost. Yeah, like, I can just cast my enchantments from the graveyard now. If I put that in. That's pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty good. And it's also cheap. That's why I'm like now in a situation of trying to figure out what works. To remove. You save them for when they wipe enchantments. Yeah, it also mills as well, which is not a bad thing in this case. What's it called again? It's the Master of Keys. There we go. No, it is Keys. K-E-Y-S. Because it's, I'm assuming it's from the same fucking thing. As most of the rooms and shit. Just by flavor. Because this is an example here. Enlightened Tutor would be an amazing addition to the deck. This is not up for debate. This is 100%, I should put this in the deck if I could. Problem is, it is $20 US, which is about 30-ish New Zealand dollars. If we look at the deck, and look at the cost, that is currently almost a little under, maybe like sitting in the 20% of the bloody current costs range. I'm good, thanks. This deck is supposed to be cheap. That's the other problem with it. So, like, this is where I'm just, like, making this kind of statement in case this was ever asked by anyone. Going, like, why didn't you put a little tutor in there? It's like, well, because it's expensive. It's the same, like, Vampiric Tutor. Yeah, Vampiric Tutor would be an incredible card to add. I'm not paying actually close to 50% of the current deck cost for a singular card to add to it, when I already want Vampiric Tutor other places. Oh yeah, I think I have Reader's Fate, don't I? As well. Sorcery. Yeah. So that's another, like, return all your enchantments to the battlefield effect. So I actually have, like, a lot of recursion, and a lot of good recursion of that. The problem with Redress Fate is it's fucking 8 mana. So the moment that bitch comes down, I'm pretty much out. I'm out of gas. But yeah, I think 3 Visits was one I was looking at, but I just can't justify a card that's, like, almost $10. Same with, I think, Aerial Ultimatum was considering it, but again, just it's too much. This is what it keeps coming down to. Is like, there are some of these that are just really correct things. Cloud Key? What's Cloud Key? Is that in here, or... What is Cloud Key? Cloud Key. It's in there. Oh, well, look at this. As Cloud Key enters the battlefield, choose artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, or sorcery. Spells you cast at the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. That wouldn't be a bad one. That would not be a bad one. How would I put that in though? Because this is the problem, is that we're now starting to get to the point where I might have to start cutting land or like other stuff, because creatures is really hard to cut anything from now. Anything I cut from these creatures now is just going to be dangerous. Because I think like Gremlin is like the weakest one I have here now. Gremlin Trainer, a Tamer is, I think, my worst creature. And that's still decent. Does this have a considering section? Don't think so. Like the sideboard. I don't think it's set up to have the sideboard. Oh, I can move it to the side. Ah, no, there is a maybe board. There is a maybe board. That's not what I wanted. I don't know where that went, so I'm just gonna go to the history. How do I remove it again? Oh, well, I see it there. There you go. It's completely separate there. Yeah, I don't, like, that's the thing is I don't think I'm gonna have mana issues with this deck because rooms are really cheap. So, as long as I've got like about 4 or 5 mana on the board, which is not an obscene amount to ask for, I can consistently do like something hit hurt, probably. It's more draw that I'm fearful of. Which is why, like, I'm trying to think if we add in more things there. I have a lot of scrying as well, so I do have, like, that is not draw, but it is ways to kind of get there. But yeah, no, I do think the maybe board's a good thing to be able to just have there now. I mean, Farewell's also kind of insane, but you know. I don't want to do that, because that's kind of potentially a card that can be used well and truly against myself very easily. Like, fuck, even this card would not be a bad one, right? Return all legendary permanent cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. That, I mean, that hits a fair bit, so that's quite potent. But yeah, like, Sanctum of All, right, looks good until all permanent cards, it's pretty good. I mean, yeah, but it's only legendary permanents. And that means that enchantments aren't going to be hit very much. It's, at this point in time, that hits, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards? 7 cards? These aren't legendaries. Yeah. So it only being legendary permanents, that was the reason why I'm like probably not too fussed about it. Legendary permanent cards from the graveyard to the battlefield. So it sounds good, not for this deck. Would be good in a lot of decks though. Could say they've been good. But yeah, Sanctum of All is a great example of one that it's like, it sounds great until you just read the fact that it's only shrines. Which is why I want to play that fucking shrine deck. I love the idea of the shrine deck because it sounds fucking fun. That isn't actually a bad land, huh? Cascading thing. Tap 5, add 5 mana of any combination of colors, so that compensates for the fact that I might like lean into too much of a color. Not bad, but not great. Means that also Soul Ring directly turns into potential mana as long as that's on the board. Yeah. So Maze's End, by the way, was the deck I was talking about at one point, where, like, so there's the legendary lands with the land gates, then there's Maze's End, this land enters tapped, then if you have thing, return this land to the owner's hand, search your thing for a gate card and put it on the battlefield, then shuffle it. If you control 10 or more gates, with different names, you win the game. Payment's Aura? What's that one? Oh, is that not here? Or is that just one that you saw yourself? I feel like I'm blind. Giant creature? Okay. See if it's in my list here. Oh, it wasn't in that list. Okay. Just searched up separately. Alright. Untap creature, enchant creature, gains flying, gains target. So what is this? This is a enchant creature, yeah. When can you tap this? Or, like, use that spell effect of it? That's something I don't know if I'm going to be able to fully understand. Is that cast as a instant or a sorcery? And how many times can it be cast per turn? Because that's an important aspect of it, right? It's a sorcery? Okay. As a sorcery, so that only be once. So I mean that is 2 triggers, right? I feel like if I was to make that decision, it would... Equips to your creature and the abilities can be cast whenever you want. Or let me rephrase that. Oh, okay. I think I see what may have been misconstrued there. Oh, I think I could... Oh my god, I can't actually see that very well. You cast a spell as a sorcery, you equip it to your commander, and you use all the mana to tap and untap your commander. Yeah, okay. Because that's the thing is, I didn't see that it says enchant creature on there, because normally, in the cards I've experienced, that shit is on the actual thing. And save 1 mana to keep it hexproof. Creature... Okay. Yeah, I can see that being okay. I mean, not okay. It could win you the game, right? It's an old card, yeah. It's before certain keywords and certain standards were made, I understand that. But that, like, so would I be able to do, when would I be able to do the untap effect, right? Can I use that effect anytime? Because I believe I can use those effects anytime, right? When it's like a card effect like that. The only reason I ask that is because I'm like, can I just, anytime you want? Yeah. That makes that really appealing because now it's a situation of, on the end step of the person before me, I just do this and have a win. But also, that does require me to have open, potentially, a bunch of blue mana, which is already going to make me a fucking target. But, in that same sense, a fucking blue player with a shitload of blue mana open makes me, while a target, also really not wanting to interact with, because they're probably going to negate 90% of your shit. Because it's a blue mana. It is blue mana, yeah, exactly. It has to be blue mana. I will, you know what, we'll add it into the, like, considering it. Because that one I actually see having a way of, like, doing some nasty damage. You can save it when the person that goes before you ends its turn, and then you open all the doors like an idiot, and if they do something for you, counterspell. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, that is the advantage that has. That's why, like, Maria's gonna... Let's be honest, right? That's why I have the Helioid in there as well, is that that's designed so I can play an enchantment at Flash. So it's just... And at the end at your end step, I'm going to cast this. When it's my turn, fucking die. Just sounds kind of silly and fun, right? Because yeah, I remember World Tree also being like a great one as well. Like a great sounding one, but I don't think it works well for my deck because like I don't make benefit out of its ultimate. And like Spara's headquarters probably wouldn't be bad, but also that's another $10 US card, which just immediately says no to me. It's very easy for me to say no to cards. I should probably finish up, by the way, now. I just realized that we're now at the 6-hour marker, and I probably need to have food sometime today. Who would know that, surprisingly, even if you're anime, you do need to consume some sustenance. But yes, I hope from this, it's understood I'm really passionate about Magic now. I'm gonna probably keep getting more and more passionate. And mine while watching. Well, you know, fuck you. But yeah, I hope that this is kind of like the thing. Become a magician. No more mentioning Magic. No, mention it more. I want this channel to slowly just become a Magic the Gathering channel. Let's be honest. Magic the Gathering and game development sounds like a great channel for me. As long as it's not another fucking Magic podcast. We don't need more of those, good lord. It's time to duel. Alright. So, with that all being the case though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.